nation, destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for, looking for, looking for, looking for. Hey!
Good evening, everybody. Afternoon, wherever you happen to be in this lovely world today. It's a little soggy today. I had some things to deal with here, so just trying to get some things loaded up here. Ran a little bit late. Apologize for that. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to another rendition of Spline Design Studios Saturday. And what we're going to be going over yet again today is let me turn this down a little bit, adjust some audios here, finishing the work on the starter stand for our Earthworks Borough scratch track build for the NASCAR Racing 2003 season simulation. So yeah, I got this thing loaded here. I did do some cleanup and some realignment of the texture and stuff like that, as I mentioned last week. So yeah, I'm going to show this over. Let's bring this over here real quick. Okay, so what we got, okay, playlist is still going. So what we got in here, wait a minute, what did that do here? I'm not sure what I did here. one of my hotkeys must have been, where's my stand? When do I got that turned on? Oh, I must have, oh, okay. I see what I did. I know what I did. I switched over to my scene for, there we go. Let's turn those off. There we go. Good thing I got that on the same key. So, what I ended up doing, I'm going to have to probably repopulate this unwrap modifier for this. So you can see the texture has been reapplied. It looks gray, but more or less what it's doing is it's using this area of the texture. Now the texture, like I said, has been redone to kind of maximize how much space we got for the panels that we're going to need to put on this. I do have room in this area for the panels to make those bigger. I tried to more or less proportion it enough to take care of, I guess, of all of the pipes and what have you. I know I went through a lot of detailed and rather yeah, a thorough, I guess, a way of mapping, I guess, each pipe like that. Unwritten Rizzy, thank you for that, host. Appreciate that. Very awesome. Getting it all out there, I guess, as far as let everybody know, as far as the Twitchers out there, I guess they'll come and check the stream out. Appreciate that. How am I doing? I'm doing great. How you doing, Rizzy? Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. Yeah, we're going to be going over, I'm not sure how much you had caught. That's good to hear there, Rizzy. Glad you're good. Yeah, just getting, I'm fumbling here a little bit on myself as far as to get things sorted out with this starter stand model that we've been creating for our scratch build racetrack. I've been assisting Racer James on this scratch track build of Northworks World's Speedway, if you happen to know about that. Creating this primarily for these NASCAR Racing 2003 simulation, if you're familiar with that. And yes, I did say 2003. It is a really older racing simulation, but it's got so much life to it yet, I guess you could say, as far as to create items such as this. Finishing a paper, and then I'm going to play at KFC Dating Simulator since oh, that Apex Legends, nice. Torch coming in the stream there too. Welcome, Torch. How we doing this evening? Everybody slowly rolling in. So you got a paper. What's the paper on there, Rizzy? KFC Dating Simulator. You have to fill me in on that one. I got to come a little bit not quite so versed in that one. There, Rizzy. Oh, I'm going to be chocolate. Hey, sometimes that helps. Sometimes that's the best way to do it. Yeah, it has been a long time there, Torch. How we doing? Very long time. Papers about mythology. Oh, nice. So, like, Greek? I assume that's Greek. Greek mythology? That's pretty neat. So, like, all the different gods as far as, yeah. That sounds interesting. Pretty cool. I'd rather not date fried chicken. Hey, Octane, I'll be doing there, Octane. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Yeah, Octane, you know, it took me a while, I guess, to realize, I guess, you had a name change there. Yeah, I got the new follow, I guess, from the new name. It's like, yeah, checked out the channel. I saw you did some changes to that, and caught some of the VODs. Kind of checked out what you got going on there. So it's good to see you around. That's cool. Glad to have you. Pretty cool. KFC made some Asian dating sim to promote sales. So it's cringy, but I want to play it for... What is KFC anyway? That's what I'm trying to think. I think of KFC and I think of Kentucky Fried Chicken. I know that's not right. You have to fill me in on that one there, Rizzy. I'm a little bit, like I said, unversed to that. Oh, you never followed me before? I thought you did. Well, glad. Thank you for the follow. I know you had followed offline, and I wasn't familiar with the name, so I checked the profile out. for the follow, I guess, offline. And yeah, I went over there and check it out. Besito, how's the new name suiting you so far? It seems to be that's unique. I kind of like it. How are you digging it? This case of the chicken. Oh, so it is the chicken place. So KFC made a dating sim. Are you serious? How the hell did I miss this? Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that one out there, Rizzy, because I was not aware that KFC made a dating simulator. That's pretty freaking doggone interesting. It's better than. Oh yeah, I didn't mind. I thought Beer Jammer was pretty cool too, but it does kind of. Yeah, I guess in a way it did kind of pose you, I guess, of kind of like a drunk, maybe an alcoholic, which I don't think you are. I mean, you do drink, but I mean it's not to get wasted, I guess. So it's, yeah, I guess I can understand that. Pretty cool. Octane 93 though. I mean, you do some of the iRacing stuff there too, so it does kind of fit. Does seem, with the racing, basically anything. I saw you do. What was the last thing I think that was your channel anyway. There, Octane was. Did I see you doing some? I want to say stadium trucks in iRacing there. I think that was yours. So yeah, that kind of falls under that same category with the Octane stuff. And then one night on Xbox, I was tired of my name, which was yeah. I noticed you did a bit of name change there too, Rizzy, because I know you were just going by Rizzler, I think, wasn't it? Prior to that, so I figured there was some kind of story, I guess, to Unwritten Rizzy. Universal name, so say yeah. Yeah, a little while. Okay, so I maybe that was your channel. So you did do that stadium truck stuff. There's a lot of cool stuff that I've noticed on iRacing. It still doesn't navigate me towards wanting to get it because yeah, I got my displeasures, I guess, for their pricing structure, I guess, for that stuff. I mean, it probably is justified as far as like the accuracy, I guess, of them and stuff. But I think they just nickel dime me to death, and I just can't stand that. I'd rather just be able to buy it once and be done. No membership and stuff like that. But from what I've seen in iRacing, there's a lot of people do, those that I do know that have it and use it, they enjoy it, and I guess that's all that really matters. So, whoa! Racer James coming in with that Twitch Prime again. He's racking up. Nice. He must be lurking there. I haven't seen him chime in yet. Welcome here, Jen. There he is. Rocking that Founders badge. I guess as far as he's been a loyal supporter. Always giving that Twitch Prime. Appreciate that to the channel. Appreciate that, James. Welcome into the stream. Got slowly everybody coming in. I get the iRacing cost pretty penny. Yes, that's the thing, and I think I had done the math, I guess, before, and I don't want to go too much into off tangent here, but it's like if you were to buy every piece of content that iRacing has, and not even consider the memberships, the monthly memberships, the yearly memberships, just the content. If you were to buy just all the NASCAR tracks, all the NASCAR, the vehicles and stuff like that, you're probably talking well over $1,000, easy. That, and I could be wrong in that, but that's I'd done the math there before, and that's just insane. As far as like, and then on top of that, if you don't pay your membership, all that paid content. This is the thing that really gets me. All that paid content that you have, if you don't pay your membership, you don't have access to it. That bugs the ever-living crap out of me, and that's part of my displeasure, I guess, for their pricing structure with iRacing. If they didn't do the membership thing like they did, I'd probably use it. To be honest, I probably would, but that's just my take on it. So, do this. What do we do to you, Rizzy? What do we do? I have to make a multi-stream for you and 3. Oh, After months of not streaming, oh yeah. Sorry about that. This is the best time that I've found for myself to be able to do this thing. Most of the time I've got things to do prior to do the streaming. I had to deal with a leaky roof earlier. I still got to deal with that. I don't know if I'm going to have time to be able to do that before the snow flies again. We're getting into that, territory, I guess, as far as the season. So, yeah, not fun. So, yeah. See, my laser scan, iRacing laser scan. What was that, James? Is it iRacing laser scan? I got 3 notifications. Oh, you got 3. If I can Rizzy. Coordinated. Oh, I got you. I missed the greater than. I would have to agree somewhat. A lot of people do hold iRacing's laser scans. I guess, I think, to me, and this could be just me, this is just my judgment on those, just to justify how much they're paying for the content that iRacing has. I think in an effort, I guess, to try and justify it, they just hold those laser scans by iRacing to be supreme. That's superior to anything else. I think between James and myself, I think it's as you put that, James, that just makes sense to me as far as like, that's a bunch of hooey, because there are plenty of laser scans that are pretty recent, to include, I guess, this North Wilkesboro scan that reflects, I guess, as far as the track. Rather than to take a scan of a track the way it is right now, I think that would be, and I know that's been in the talks with Dale Jr. and stuff like that, to get iRacing, I guess, to scan it in its current condition. I think that's ridiculous. You got a perfectly good scan freely available on the USGS website that you've been using, and I mean, it's pristine. I mean, it's just, there's no reason to not do that. But the fact that people hold the laser scans that iRacing does at a high esteem, I think it's more or less just to justify in their mind, as far as the people that buy the content from iRacing, to say, oh yeah, that's going to be the better one because I'm paying for it. And I think it's a bunch of bullshit. I'm just going to put it out there. You can think whatever you want as far as the naysayers, I guess, as far as what I think about I don't think it's that. I think it's ridiculous. So, anyway, just my 2 cents on that. Rizzy putting the lurk out there. Appreciate that lurk there, Rizzy. I don't have a command for that, unfortunately. I'll have to fix that. I'm gonna have to fix that. Thanks for reminding me there, Rizzy. I'm gonna put that down in my notes there for the lurk command there. I think I used to have one, but I guess I did put one in there. My bad. Thank you, bot. It is in there. Cool. Yeah, agreed on the iRacing thingy. Yeah, it's like I said, I just... Oh, Torch, did you come in with this... You got that Founders badge, too. Did I miss something? Hold on. I think I missed something here. Hold on. Back of the truck up here. Did I miss this? I know I saw Racer James come through. Yeah, see, if you're not aware of their Torch in particular, that badge you got there, that's Twitch's new way of being able to, it's a founder's badge is what they call it. And basically what it is for the longtime supporters of any particular channel, mine in this case, that's what that stands for. So the fact that you've subbed before in the past, that's what you get that founder's badge. So that's basically, it has to do with how much time that you've been supporting the channel. That's basically what it boils down to. So yeah, pretty cool. So we got two of you all in here now with that founder's badge. Looks pretty good too. It kind of takes the guesswork for those streamers like myself and those, anybody else for that matter, that to have to create a different sub badge. I mean, we do still have the sub badges that we can apply. I think they're still kind of adding to that. They're kind of tweaking it. They're just trying things out, that being Twitch, as far as to give the ability for the streamer, I guess, to apply something similar, but still have, because right now we don't have any control over that badge. as it stands. It just kind of shows up based on followage, how long you've been supporting the channel, and that's, yeah. So that's to be seen yet, I guess, as far as whether or not they'll allow that. So I'm curious to know. This is something too, and I've been not that I'm trying to sell myself here, but it's like for those that if they did sub, I wanted to see if that. I know Racer James, he just subbed again. I think that's 14 months now, if I'm right. Is that right there? It's showing me 13 right now, as far as in the event list. I thought it was 13 last time, but yeah, even 13 months. That's pretty cool. And it's still showing the founder's badge, obviously. So, what I had thought, and I think I mentioned this last time there, James. I thought, because the only sub badges that I have as an affiliate, I only have that gold star, I guess you could say, and I don't have anything beyond that. So the fact that Torch, you got one there too. I know yours been less than a year, I want to say, and I could be wrong in this. I'd have to check the followage, but still trying to understand, I guess, as far as how that founder's badge actually works. Because I thought it was, if it goes beyond, I guess, the sub badges that you have. Like for me, it's just it doesn't go beyond the 1 year badge, the sub badge. So I'll have to look into that. I'll definitely have to look into that and make sure. Shows me 13. Yeah, 13. Okay. Cool. See, I thought the last time you had subbed James, I thought that one was 13, but my bad. My failure. But you had already had the sub badge, I guess, prior to last time you subbed too, so that's kind of interesting. In any case, yeah, just trying to figure out. And I hope they give us a little bit more freedom of being able to modify that founder's badge, as far as that first badge, to go beyond a year, however that is. So cool. Well, I don't want to ramble on too much. That's catching up this here a little bit. Appreciate everybody showing up here, and even the lurkers, I guess, as far as keep me up on their. I know Rizzy, I think he went to lurk. Okay, so we got James, Torch, Octane. Beautiful. Loving to see the interaction in the chat. That's for sure. This is what helps keeping the streams a little bit entertaining as I'm doing these things. Just want to remind everybody, if those that are in the stream, even if you aren't necessarily interactive in the chat, that you have you're earning yourself some valuable fluids. So you can feel free, I guess, to use those to gamble them off. You can exclamation point risk in the chat. You can give yourself a shot. You can play a little bit of slots too, exclamation point slots. You got a few things, I guess, you can play around with your fluids. Just be aware. And I know I've said this many times before, those fluids will necessarily be used for special events, later on, kind of at random, to do like special giveaways for stuff like that. Never know. Be it like on my birthday or maybe during Christmas. You never know. So just be aware. Don't want to use up all your fluids. Keep some of them valuable fluids, I guess, in your arsenal. Just for save, for those future events anyway. I still got the loots thing going on there, and I'm still working with those people. They're running through the whole loots thing. In case nobody knew that, that's a free way of being able to support the channel as well. What it does was it'll flash an ad across the stream when you do apply it. It's not an obligation, and it's not mandatory, but it is something there, I guess, to help support the stream free. As far as like it doesn't cost you anything. You don't even necessarily have to open an account. It does help as far as being able to process those loots going through the stream, I guess. But it's just a free way of being able to support the. So if you're short on funds and you can't necessarily sub the channel, that's just another free way to do that. I want to make that available, I guess, for meeting the login before. Yeah, and that's fine. No, not a big deal there, Torch. Not a big deal, though. But like I said, with the loots thing, you don't even necessarily have to have an account. You can do it anonymously, and it still supports the stream. As far as the more of those ads that I have play throughout the duration of the stream, that's the bigger potential for it. And I forget what the actual payout is, I guess, for that. I think like within an hour, say for example, if there was to be like 10 ads, I think it's a dime or something like that. It's not a whole lot, so, but it is something, at least anyway. Yeah. So everybody's doing stingy mofo day. Oh, is that the oh, no, nothing for the shot. Ouch. Yep, bot's not being so nice to you so far. So it looks like Torch was a loser on that one too. So both of y'all. Wow. Yeah, bot's being stingy today. Wow. Interesting. Yeah, hopefully throughout the duration there. Don't forget about, like I said, the you have the exclamation point risk and the exclamation point slots that you can do as well. Keep in mind also, I didn't mention that already, as far as the shot is on a cooldown. So once you give yourself a shot successfully or unsuccessfully in that case, it'll be a while before you can do it again. So, and that's done on purpose, intentionally. Okay. I guess while I'm at it, as far as explaining, I guess, some of the commands that are in the chat, as far as the bot. If I get super focused, I guess, on what I'm doing, and you necessarily want to get my attention, I have some audio. Samples as far as out there. So like exclamation point hit, exclamation point toasty, just to give you just a couple. And I also have some of the
pace car. Hit the pace car. Hit the pace car. What for?
And I know I've mentioned this a couple streams before too. It's like if anybody can necessarily remember what movie that comes from, I'd be happy to oblige, I guess, as far as giving some extra units of fluid. So, and that's not timed or anything like that. Feel free, I guess, to answer that at any time you feel like. And I'll be more than glad, I guess, to give you some units of fluid, I guess, for getting the answer correct. But some of the other ones are, some of the other audio commands are, I got the moo, the rooster, the toasty, and or the rip. All those should work in the channel for you. So it's like, just keep in mind if you feel like I'm ignoring you in the chat, that's not done intentionally. Sometimes I just get super focused in here on what I'm doing, and those can necessarily get my attention. So, all right then. So we'll get back into this here. Now I've been kind of dragging this out here. I'm kind of loading some things up here, so there's some things I missed. I did get the show off as far as in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. It gives you somewhat of an idea of the keys that I'm pressing as far as mouse and all that stuff. So, are you asking or do you know, Torch? As far as the question mark, are you not sure? I want you to be 100% sure. You're guessing. Okay. So, unless you can be 100% sure, I'm not going to tell you. Okay? Alright, so, I was trying to figure out what's going on with this thing. So, this model that I have in here, this is the geometry of the track from Sandbox. So, it does have... Oh my goodness. So it does have some, this is all part of the infield object here. I think that's been tweaked on, I guess, since, a couple streams or whatever. But that's all what James has gotten done. I was just trying to pay attention to what the heck was going on here. So our stand, I know I kind of hit on it, I guess, here briefly on the intro. But for sure, Days of Thunder? Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, you would be correct, by the way. So, yeah. Bring up my little cheat sheet here, and then for that earns you a little bit of. So let me do this here. I didn't really say how much I give you, but I'll give you this, just for being a hit the damn pace car. Exactly. Well, you hit every other damn thing out there. I want you to be perfect. Yeah, I'm sure you remember it now, right? All right, so let's do. That's one of those ever so famous quotes, I guess, in that movie. I love that movie. They were playing it quite a bit on Sundance Channel. A lot of the Tom Cruise movies, yeah, I can't remember all the different, like the Mission Impossibles and stuff like that. That's pretty cool. Days of Thunder was about Dale Earnhardt Sr. and Jeff Bodine. That's what I heard there too, James. That's basically what it was. Yeah. In a nutshell, the backstory for that movie was those two. Dale Sr. obviously being Rowdy Burns. He was in the 51. That was Dale Sr. And then Jeff Bodine was obviously Cole Trickle. But they obviously changed the names, I guess, for the sake of. I thought that was pretty neat. Yep, that's very true. That is a fact. As far as they did have him, they did want him to audition like that. I don't know if he turned it down, or I don't remember the complete story on that, but obviously didn't do it. So I think that movie depicts that pretty well. It's like, if you know anything about NASCAR as far as the grassroots of it during his time of racing, you can really appreciate that movie even more, I think. What's that about Dick Trickle there, Torch? Cole Trickle. That's Tom Cruise's character. Is that what you meant? Cole Trickle is basically that's the role of Jeff Bodine. As far as in reality, that was what the movie. So Tom Cruise's character being Cole Trickle, that was supposed to be Jeff Bodine, and then Rowdy Burns, be it Randy Quaid, was Dale Sr. That was how that went. Dale Sr. Tim Richmond, Team Warner. Not sure about that, Octane. I think it was. I think there's a biography of sorts that's out there, and I forget the name of it. That does mention as far as what James said. We could be wrong. From what I recall, as far as what that's how I learned to, I guess, love that movie even more. As far as the story with it being about Dale Sr. and Jeff Bodine. But Tim Richmond, I know who Tim Richmond was, but I wasn't 100% sure if that was the case. We could be wrong. I know for sure that Dale Sr. was one of them too. So we might have that a little bit mixed up. So if y'all care to want to do some research, I guess, on that and fill me in on that, I'd be happy to know. I guess as far as legitimacy of that. As far as if it was Tim Richmond or if it was a Jeff Bodine, I'd be glad to know. But Torch, for your participation in that little quiz there, and for getting it right and being so sure that you were correct, I'm going to go ahead and do this for you. I think this is right. There we go. You should be able to check your fluids there. Give you a little extra units of fluid there to play around with. Just for participating. Appreciate that. I'll be happy to do that anytime we got little quizzes throughout the stream. Give me a bit of, if you get it right anyway. You earn yourself some extra units of fluid there. Try not to be too stingy on it, but alright. Yeah, man, it's a pretty good. It's a pretty good start off the stream there. Really appreciate everybody showing up. I guess as far as I know, some of this stuff can tend to be a little bit yawn, I guess, about, but one of the things I was mentioning, like I said at the intro of the stream, was the approach that I was taking to it as far as mapping each individual pipe. And this is a collapse model, by the way, as it sits here. Let me go ahead and hide the track. This is the fencing here. Let's go ahead and hide that. So we got just our stand in here, and it's a little bit hard to see because it's all gray. If you remember last week's stream, as far as the way I was going about this, is I was basically mapping each side of the pipes, each pipe individually and so on. That's not 100% wrong to do it that way if you really want to add some detail on it, like if you wanted to actually paint something on each of these pipes and whatnot. So it's not a terrible approach. It is very time consuming, as you probably would recall, I guess, from last stream. But there is necessarily a better way of doing it in an effort, I guess, to get it mapped and maximizing the space used on the texture. So if you remember, I was trying to maintain not going outside the boundaries of using this size of a texture because it's not a very big structure, right? So we don't really have a lot to it. So this area right now, and I don't have the original. I totally overhauled the original template that I had for the texture of this model. But basically, as it sits right now, this gray area, and that's what I was gonna bring the unwrap modifier, I guess, back into this to kind of show you where all this is mapped now. And then we're gonna move on and progress to putting the panels on this thing. And what we'll use this area. I have pretty much all this space up here I can use for those panels, be it either the back side or the front side. So that's what I consider. I can necessarily shrink down this area to use less space if I find it necessary. So it really comes, at this point, it comes down to just maximizing the most out of the real estate of your texture, as far as when you're building something from scratch like this. So that's what we're in the effort doing. So what I'll do, like I said, I'm going to go ahead and apply the unwrap modifier to this so we can get to the wireframe of our texture mapping. Okay, so with that applies, and this is collapse, like I said, again. I'm going to go ahead and open up the modifier. So here's where that is. So I'm going to bring in the texture. So here's our texture. So all this entire structure, if I can get this in the picture. So this entire structure is mapped to that. See if I can zoom in on this a little bit. So this texture is the same thing that I've got here in my paint program. You can see the wireframe in this entire gray area. So that's why it looks gray at this point. So if I render this really quick,
From the director of the program.
I'm already into the ads. Nice.
All episodes now streaming only on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't need that. Let's continue. That's further items that I have in the scene. So yeah, it just turns up gray. So that's why it's showing up that way. So if you remember from last stream, I had the numbers on it to get the orientation, I guess, of the texture onto the pipes and what have you. If anything, that's what I was trying to do, is make sure the orientation, make sure the texture, the wire for whatever it is I was mapping onto the texture wasn't flipped or upside down or what have you. So it wasn't entirely wrong to do it that way. It does take a lot more time, and it really does come down to managing, I guess, your time, spending it more on the model and or the texture, which you don't necessarily want to do it on both. So when you're creating something from this, and there's so much detail in the model already, there's no point, really, to be honest, at this point, to spend so much time on the texture. So it's like if you can make just a simple solid color, I guess, for this, because I am considering to, or not considering, I will be applying ambient occlusion to this model so they can get the proper shading to exist, to populate, I guess, on the texture. I may or may not get to that in this stream or not. We'll have to see how it goes. I'm going to try and shoot for doing that, and then just kind of wrap it up for this model as far as that goes. So that is the goal, I guess, for this stream anyway, is to finalize this object. Not try to spend. This is already the third episode in, as far as dealing with this structure, and I do blame myself, I guess, for spending so much time last stream, as far as just to go through all that effort. But I wanted to kind of show, because these live streams are meant to be informative and instructional, to kind of give you option as far as what you can do as far as when you're creating a model from scratch. When you have no texture, when you have to create not only the model but the texture 100% from scratch. So this is just one of many different methods that you can use, I guess, as far as making it that way. Oh yeah, we did definitely do it for years that way, for sure. I mean, that's no joke. But we're better than that now. That's the thing, and it really is a I don't want to say as far as paying homage for yourself as far as your abilities, but I think, just as I mentioned last stream, I was in when I do these live streams, I'm in full hold your hand mode. As far as like, if you're 100% new to this, never done it before, I necessarily want to take the approach, I guess, to show all available options that you can apply in creating something from scratch. I guess if that's fair enough to say. Yep. Yeah, we definitely did, and I think that's why. Reflecting back, I guess, on last stream, and that's pretty much what I was doing as far as in full hold your hand mode, because that's basically the same thing we did back in the day as far as like when you're first starting out, and it's just to get yourself acclimatized to how things work. So it's like, if you were to jump head first into just taking, not necessarily shortcuts, but doing the more streamlined workflow to it, you kind of lose something in translation there as far as like what's really happening, with the model, as far as like all your edge faces, your polygons, how many vertexes are in the model. So I guess in my own not necessarily ignorance, but just trying to show everything that you should necessarily be paying attention to as you build the model, as well as the texture, but it does ultimately come down to maximizing your time proportionately, I guess you could say. So like, if you're going to spend a lot of time on the detail of the model, then don't spend as much time in the texture, and vice versa. If you're not going to spend as much time in the model, make it more simple and not quite as detailed, then spend more time on the texture. So in either case, that's what you want to do once you get used to all of the nuances as far as what's going on, but definitely baby steps. Don't necessarily take that approach right off the way. Understand as far as what's going on with the model, as far as like the polygons, number of vertices and stuff like that. I think there's a better appreciation for what's going on with the model when you think of it in that fashion. So, right, and that's yeah. You're one of the prime examples there, Torch, as far as getting people to understand as far as like what's going on with the model. And I know for you yourself, you did necessarily take the approach, you just wanted to get an end you wanted to get a model into the track, but you've definitely yourself have become more appreciative as far as what's the best way of actually creating something. So you have an initial thought in your mind as far as like what you want it to look like, but your approach, I guess, to creating it isn't very efficient. And that's not to condescend the way you were making making the objects. You had the idea, but it wasn't the right idea, if that makes sense. So the fact by you being able to understand by watching what James and I are doing, it's giving you a better appreciation of how to approach building an object from this, from that point forward. So I think the one key thing, and I think it's a fair assessment, when you're creating a model, it's really tough sometimes especially when it's something from scratch, to get the level of scale to the model. That's always a tough thing, and we've kind of shown that in past streams too, as far as like when, even if you are creating something and you're going by a picture reference and you're not necessarily right off the bat paying attention to the overall scale as far as how tall it should be, you know, how the overall size of it. Even if you can create that model and understand how you can scale it back up or down properly without, you know, de-optimizing it as far as like adding too many polys and what have you, that's gonna 100% help you in the future as far as like being able to produce anything from scratch. I mean, it's just so trying to summarize, I guess, as far as what I meant by that, it's just like, even if you didn't know the scale of this model and not you know, you didn't take anything into consideration, even if you made it way too big and still had the you went through the motions, I guess, as far as putting it together in the same fashion that I did, you still have the option of being able to get that information to ensure that you do have it the right scale, you know, based on LiDAR or picture references, you know, physical measurements, and then being able to scale it properly with, you know, prior to exporting it out to whatever format you need to get it into your sim. So there's not really 100% a wrong way, I guess, going about creating a model. Hopefully that all makes sense. And if there is any more clarification needed on that stuff, feel free to ask. 100% encourage, I guess, those to ask questions. So there's no dumb questions. The only dumb questions are ones that are not asked. That's what I would say. That's kind of my philosophy on it. So yeah, like as I was saying, so I brought and I didn't render this, so we don't need this anymore. Now, yeah, here's our wire for that model. And we have that also. We got, between LiDAR and measurements, you can get pretty dang close. Yeah, you can. And I mean, you're talking within, in most cases, it's probably within a half a meter. That's probably a fair assessment, really. You're going to be at least a half a meter, which is only, when you consider that a meter is 3 feet, I mean, that's pretty daggone accurate. I mean, to be less than a foot and a half, you know, as far as scale. In a lot of cases, it's even smaller than that as far as the difference. So, right. LiDAR, and even if you don't have the LiDAR, okay, if there's, I know the USGS website does have lots of areas that are scanned, and depending on which area that you're getting, it's going to be a lot more cloud point data than others, but you're going to get the basic idea as far as the topography, you know, to include the structures of things. I know I have shown in this scene too, as far as like the chunk of LiDAR that I took just to get the height of this thing and justify that with what I see in real pictures, you know. So it's like being able to take known measurements, I guess, as far as the height of, you know, people or whatever like that, to compare it to what the LiDAR is showing. So anything that's a justification in that sense. They may start with better initial scans, but the result is basically the same. It comes down to digital smoothing and guessing. Yeah, and it does. You know, because, and again, going back to, you know, kind of elaborating on what James says, the LiDAR that I have in here, they're all spiky points, so it's not 100% legit, but being able to take that most, in fact, let me bring it back in. I think I got the LiDAR in here. I gotta actually unselect this here for a second. So if I unhide, I've got the LiDAR in here for stand, right? So here's the LiDAR for the stand. All these little spiky bits here, these top points, and I've gone over this before, so it's kind of like in summary. So these top points on all these little spiky bits, you know, this is what James is talking about as far as the smoothing of it. You don't have that, but you can clearly get the height from this. So this is what we've done. The height of that is, you know, the topmost part of these spikes here. That's your height of that object. Even though you don't have the object, you know, represented in a smooth fashion, I guess, in this LiDAR, that information is still valuable. So, man, that bot is not being nice at all. That's the second time. Ouch. Hopefully it eases up its grip there a little bit. That stinks. Oh, there we go. See there? See, you done intimidated it now. There it is. Now you got it. So yeah. Okay. So, but yeah, this is the chunk of LiDAR that represents the, and again, I've already shown this before, this is all summary, but that area right here to where those spiky bits are, for that's the height of that structure. So, yep, so it did work there for James, that's cool. So it's trying to loosen its grip a little bit. Alright, so let's go ahead and hide that back. So that's the LiDAR. So we got our model. You know, I keep touching on the same things, and I excuse the redundancy, but we do have in here now, so let me select this. We have our wire for that. That's all mapped, and I showed you the area that it's using now. To this point, this being a collapsed model, meaning that I can detach these again if I wanted to, but I don't see the necessity to. I could, you know, select each of these pipes or whatever and detach them as an object or an element and fix it if I needed to, but I don't really need to. I don't have any need to do that. So where we're at right now is being able to apply the panels, the inside and outside of the panels for around our box, so we can necessarily put signage on it or what have you. It's kind of where we're at right now. So that's what I'm going to do. Without further ado, so there's not a right or wrong way, I guess, of going about this. So basically, the approach that I take to this, I'm going to go ahead and collapse this. You know what? Now that I'm thinking of it, let me do this. I haven't done this yet. I'm going to go ahead and do this. I think I've shown this before. But just to kind of, again, if anything, it would be a summary. So what I'll do is let's open up the UV editor. I want to get a wireframe of this to apply to my texture, so I know what that area. I mean, I can already tell it's pretty straightforward that I know this area, this gray area, is basically the tubes, you know, the framework for our model. But to get that wireframe onto our texture, if we want it, see, like this is the old one. Well, I guess I do have it in here. Maybe I do have it in here. So yeah, here's the wire that I've got in here. But just to kind of show you how I produce this, I think I have kind of shown this before, but if you're not aware in 3ds Max how to get your wireframe out of there and use it so you can apply it to your texture, the way you do that in the UV editor, you go into Tools. This will be a nice highlight too if you want to. If anybody cares to want to do exclamation point highlight in the chat, I'd be appreciative, because just to kind of go over this, if you're not aware as far as how to make a wireframe for your texture based on your model, this is how you would do it. So in the Edit UVWs, you want to go to Tools, and then first of all, what you want to do is you want to select your polys. So select your polys like this as far as what you want the wireframe to be, you know, what you want to export. So highlight those polys like so, go into Tools, and right on the bottom here under Tools is Render UVW Template. So you open this up, you get this little dialog. So you want to set this up to what the size of your texture is. So this one happens to be a 512 by 1024. So that's what I want to plug in here. So my width, you want to put this in 512. And what this is going to ensure is that the wire that it brings out is going to be able to fit on your texture that you've got, your texture template. Don't really need to mess with any of the other options on this here. So once you got your size in it, just go ahead and render UV template, and that's going to put it over on my other monitor here. I'll slide it over, and there's your wire template in that size. So what you can do from here, save that as a PNG. So I'm going to make sure you select PNG as the file format, so it'll have the transparency in it, and then just name it whatever you want. I'll just name this as wire. You can name it whatever you like, just to keep it simple. So I'm going to save that as a PNG, and this is the other thing. As far as a PNG, you want that alpha channel in it, so that it's got a transparent background. So yeah, just 24-bit alpha channel checked, and then doing OK, and that'll spit that out. It'll put that in my working folder here, so let me bring that up. this back up here really quick. There we go. So in my 3ds, here's my wire that I just spit out. So now I'll be able to take this wire and apply that to my texture. So if I open that up, I already have it on here, so I'm just going through the motions again. If I open this, it's got the transparent background. The checkered is just the base for the image in PaintShop Pro. But this is in a, so I'd be able to take this and make a layer, and that's basically what I've got in here already as a layer in this texture. So that at least tells me how much, what areas of the texture that I still have I'm able to use. Now, going back to what I said earlier, if I find it necessary that I want to shrink down how much real estate the wire frame, I guess, for our structure that we have in here now, if I want to shrink that down, I can do that. I can select those polys and just shrink this whole thing down, and that'll give me more room for the other areas of the model. And this is part of the process as far as, like, especially when you're creating a texture from scratch, for a model that's from scratch. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense as far as how to get your wireframe, so when you're creating your texture, bring your wire over so you know how much real estate it's using on your texture, and then what areas that you have to work with yet, available for you. So that's how that works. Hopefully that clears some things up there. I appreciate for highlighting that too, James. It doesn't show anything in the bot as far as that goes. That's basically, it gives me a little flag on the stream, as far as post stream. That gives me a place to be able to go back, and then I can actually make a clip out of that. And that's just, I'm trying to make it a little bit easier for the viewers to not necessarily have to go and create a clip, which you can also do, I guess, because of via Twitch. That does necessarily take away, I guess, from you being able to watch the stream, so you might necessarily miss something. So I understand that. So that's why that little highlight command, that's just a way for me to be able to put a timestamp on the stream. I can go back and look and see if anybody that, as far as the viewers that are watching the stream, that gives me the ability to be able to go back and make a clip for that area that you might find important. So if I ask you, to feel free to, I guess, use the highlight, or if you want to do that yourself, that command is there for your leisure. So that's just a little bit of information, I guess, about as far as the highlight command. So again, appreciate that, James. So that part's done. So yeah, we're gonna put these panels on our model now. Now that we're done with as far as the edit UVW here, I'll just minimize that. I don't need. Yeah, we can close this out. Okay, don't need that anymore. Cool. So you can just X out of those. So what I'll do is I'll just collapse this modifier. We don't need it anymore. That's all done. I was just kind of showing what's all been done. I'm going to hold yes. Okay. Now we're going to put our panels on this thing. And I'm going to start off with, you can do either one as far as the inside or the outside. I think I'll start out with the outside, and then get those in place, and then just kind of progress from there. So the approach that I take to this, and there's not a right or wrong way to do this, is to create a plane in this case. I can necessarily just kind of giving all the options that are possible. I can necessarily go into say, I got it in plane right here. Let me take that out of that just for a second. So one of the options you can do with the structure that's already here, for example, I can go into this. It's already in an editable poly, right? I can go to edges. So say, for example, and I can select an edge, and I may have to detach it necessarily, but say like I want it on, me put it on something that looks a little more legit. So let's say, for example, and I'm thinking I probably would have to detach this, but say this is where I wanted to create a poly off this edge, right? So what I could do is select that edge. I'll go into here, and then shift drag this down. No, it is going to make me detach it. Okay, that's what I thought. So if that happens, right? So I had selected that edge, and if you do the shift drag down to create a poly and it doesn't do that, chances are you just need to detach it. And that's what I was talking about, briefly, I guess, before. So what I would have to do in this case, in order to be able to make a poly based on that edge. And I'm just going to show this really quick. I could maybe even go with it, to be honest. So if I want to select, go to a polygon, select these polys. I'll just make sure I got this whole pipe selected. Okay. So if I select that, then I can detach this as an object. You can name it whatever you want. Now that I got this as a separate piece right here, you can see that's highlighted. Now I can go into the edge. Should be able to anyway, in theory. So if I go into the edge here again, I'm just going to use this as an example. So if I select this edge, select this here. Now if I do a shift drag, whoops, that did not work. What happened there? See, I might have to do that as an element. Why did it do all the edges? What did I do? Okay, hold on. Let me gather myself here. I know it's not that hard. Okay, so if I do on this one here on shift drag, still not letting me do it. So I might have to detach that edge itself that I want to use. See, I'm just kind of showing all the options. So it's like if it's not giving you the option to shift drag it to make a poly, chances are you just need to detach it. Okay, so like as I'm doing right here on this edge, I'm trying to make a create a poly based on this edge. It's not letting me do it. So if I do the shift and drag, it's not letting me do it. That means I got to detach that edge, right? So I can, again, just select, I'm going to simulate here. So say I want this edge to create a poly off of. I'm going to go ahead and attach it, create it as an object, okay? Now I should be able to select that object here, that edge, okay? Then I should probably have to go into edge again and then shift. It's still not letting me do it. I'll be damned. This is being stubborn. And it very well might be because I've got so many sides on this cylinder. I wonder if I have to do it as an element. James, you might have to refresh my memory on this. I thought you could necessarily get away with just attaching it as an object. Closed geometry, breaking verts works best. Oh, that's a little bit different. Okay, that's different than what I was thinking. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna just take this all the way back. Yeah, get rid of that. Just undoing this all. Let's make sure. Yeah. So the main thing that I'm trying to show is if you ever run into the issue of trying to create a poly based off an edge, most of the time, I'll say at least 50% of the time, at least anyway, it's going to involve just detaching it. Okay, but making sure that it isn't an edible poly in most cases. Alright, so am I all the way back? No. Is that as far back as it's going to let me go? Trying to get rid of that object. Okay, hold on. I continue going back here. I guess I didn't realize I did so many. Okay. Oh damn! I asked as far back as it's probably gonna let me go. So it's still in that. I detached this as an object, this piece here, which is not a big deal. I can always collapse that back in. Select the poly that contains it you want to attach. Okay, maybe that's what I was missing there. Yeah. So, like James was suggesting there, instead of doing the edge, I'll just select a poly that has the edge that I want to create. Yeah. So I still have this this pipe. Whoop, hold on. I'm still on the edge. My bad. So this element here, I don't have it centered, but this is still its own piece. So like I can necessarily move this like so, and that's fine. But say for example, again, going back into this, instead of going by the edge like I was trying to do, if you go into polygon, as far as the polygon that has the edge that you're trying to create another poly, you can select a poly that has that edge, like this. Let's say this one here. I want to use that one, and I'm just simulating here. So if I detach that as an object, okay, now I got that one poly. Let's see if this works. Let's make sure I'm in object 2. Yes. Okay. Then I can go into edges. Let's try this. So if I go into edge, let's try this here. So if I do a shift, now it's gonna, yeah, see, all I did was had to just detach that poly instead of the edge. Cool. So now that'll let me create the, what do you mean by not object? Does that not work this way? I just created a poly that way. I mean, that's usually how I do it. If anything, that's what I'm trying to show, I guess, as far as being able to, you know, if you're finding it hard to create a poly based on an edge or a poly, this is just as I showed. If it doesn't let you do it through an edge, you can do it through the poly that has the edge that you want to create a new poly, just like I showed. Keeps the poly part of the original object. Really? Let's see, detached to element keeps the poly part of the, depends on if you want it part of the new object. Oh, I got you. Yeah, that's probably a fair mention there too, James. So just like James had mentioned, if you want the new poly that you're trying to create, like I just did, to be a part of the piece that you're creating it from, then do it as an element. Okay, if you don't, then just do it the way I did it, as far as to create it as an object. Yeah, right, and that's a fair mention. So keeping it, depending on what you're trying to make this new poly for, right? So the approach that I took to it, I want this to be its own entity, if you will. I don't want it to be a part of the piece that I'm creating the poly from. I want this to be a panel, for example. So yeah, that's the approach that I took, would be the way you want to do it. Now, if I wanted to create this poly and have it still be a part of what I'm creating it from, do it as an element. Okay. So, and what I meant by that, I can kind of go back. Let's backtrack here a little bit. Let's pull this back up like so. So I still got this separated as an object as far as that poly. Actually, I need to go back all the way to that. So go like this. Let me get back to object 1. So click it back here a couple times. There we go. So I'm back onto this. So what James is saying is, let's say, for example, you want this poly, you know, when you create this based on the poly on this edge, or the edge on this poly, you want to create a new poly. So when you detach this, instead of as an object, you want to detach to an element. Okay, so do it like this. So now what that does, this piece is still a part of that, right? That's still a part of that. So what it does, it doesn't create a separate object. So it's still a part of your original piece that you're creating it from, right? So as you saw what I did before, I created a new object, as opposed to, it keeps it still a part of that original object that you're creating it from. It's still right here, it's still detached, but see, now at this point I can select that edge based on that. Let's see if it'll let me. Is it gonna let me? Hold on a second. So that polygon, I think it did anyway. I don't see it highlighted. What's up with that? Okay, I got lost here a little bit. Hold on. Okay, so it did detach. It should have detached anyway. I hope it did. Might have made a ladder out of me. I don't know. Did that detach? I don't know that it did. I'm looking here. So this is all still object 1. Let me try this again. So if I do it like this, yeah, that's probably a fair mention too, James. Though it's a little bit harder to work or use it as, especially this one. You know, be that it's a round piece, it's a little bit more complex than just a standard shape. I mean, a cylinder can be considered a pretty standard shape, but in this case, it's really not. So yeah, if it's a more simple object, you know, like a box or something like that, it might be better to work it that way. I'll be perfectly honest. The approach that I usually take to it is, no matter if I want it still to be a part of the piece that I'm creating a poly from, I always just make it as a separate object. I can always collapse those two together once I'm done. That doesn't really create that many more steps, I guess, to as far as the element one, you mean, James, with the grandstands? I can see how that would work, because that's more of a simple shape. You know, it's not it's more boxy, you know, as far as just planes and what have you. Yeah. So yeah, hopefully that gives you some options. So I can do that. Let me go back to my original method there. So I got this object. I don't really think it did detach that as an element, to be honest. Oh, damn. Torch. Yikes. James did get one in the way. One. Yeah, that's... Bot hasn't loosened his grip on you yet. Uh-oh. Oh, now he went after James. James is like, nope, you had yours already. Okay. So, yeah, just going back into this. So I'm going to use... Let me see. So what I'm going by as far as my reference here is that's to try to get the bottommost part of this tube to potentially create a plane. Let's see, let's try another one here. Let me try this one right here. So I'm going to detach this one, and this one I'm just doing it as an object. See, and you notice as far as how that was grayed out, as far as being able to name it, because it still keeps it as you know, part of the object that you're creating it from. So that's a little bit of clarification, a little bit with the element. Sometimes that's not going to be their best option, just to keep that in mind. So what this will do, the way I'm doing it, is just create a separate object. That poly will be a separate object from what I'm, you know, choosing it from. So go ahead and do this, and then I can select that as a separate object, making sure that in my items list here. So now that that's selected, I can go to the edge of that, and with that selected, then what I can do is shift drag this down and make a new poly. Okay, so that's essentially what all I'm trying to accomplish here, is just create another poly within the proximity of this structure. Now from here, as I drug that down, I stopped it, that's where that ends. So if I wanted to make it any bigger at this point, I'm going to have to create, I'll grab the vertexes for it. So I can now make it like this. So once you know, if you stop midpoint, I guess is what I'm saying, after the shift drag it on that edge, to make it bigger and or smaller, you would have to grab the vertexes for it. Now from here, if I wanted to go even further, this is already its own object, right? If I want to adjust where this is at, if I'm not happy at this point as far as where it's located, I can necessarily, because it's in its own object, and I want to center this, just keeping in mind it's still centered on the main structure. So in order to move this and be more precise, I guess, as far as how I can move it from here if I wanted to, but that's not very practical. So the best way to do when you do it this way, effect pivot only and center to object, so that'll center that on that piece, so that you can move it around more precisely. So if I'm not happy with where that is, I can adjust it from here, up or down, what have you. If I want to bring it out a little bit more, say, for example, let me see what's going on with that here. What did that do? Oh, I see what it did. It kept that poly, I guess, as a part of that there. Okay. Yep, because I created, see, this is what's going on here. So that poly that I separated there, I created this poly going down from it off that edge, so that's still all one piece. So if I only want to mess with just the additional poly that I created, and I want to keep that in position, so I'm going to go back here, I need to detach that from it. So by that, I mean go like this, and it's flipped, obviously, so I'll have to flip it once I detach it. So I need to detach this as well as an object, so now that's its own piece. Now it'll keep that poly from this original tube in its place now. So now I've got this poly. Let's go like this. This poly now is in its own place. So it keeps that piece, that poly from that tube, still in position. What else do I got in here? Oh, I got the, my bad. Let me get this, let me hide this here. Keep clipping into that. Let's go ahead and hide that, there we go. Get all that stuff out of the, so, as I'm saying, in order to keep that poly that I separated from the tube to create this poly for the panel, I had to detach that from it. So, yep, I sure did. But if anything, that kind of shows you, it's like, because that poly was so small, you might not necessarily think about it if you're you know, kind of doing it really quick. You might not necessarily saw that, but I kind of zoomed in on it, and I could tell that that poly was still attached to it because I shift dragged that to create this poly for that panel. So what I had to do is detach my new poly from that so that stays in position so I can move that by itself. And because I had already centered that, based on that, it still maintains that position on that poly, so I can move this in and out like so. So now what I can do is just bring this, see if I'll bring it back. No. Okay, so in order to get this back into position, what I was basically going to try to show here, so maybe I don't want that to be directly between these posts like I had it, so I'm going to bring it out, and I want it to go over top of these, you know, to kind of cover the, you know, these outside faces of the tubes. So now I can do that now with this being separated. Okay, so from here, and this is just one approach. This isn't, you know, there's many different ways you can go about this. Okay, the way I'm gonna do this is to kind of, I'm gonna go like this just to get it in roughly. I'm gonna grab these two verts, stretch this up like so you kind of see, get an idea of what I'm trying to do here. Okay, so basically what I'm trying to do is cover out these pipes, these tubes of the structure, and just get it roughly into how I want it, as far as what makes sense. Okay, then from here I can move this in and out to see, get it to clip into it like so. So then I can get a better idea of if that's going to be sufficient or not. Now, depending on how high I want these panels to go, maybe I want it to, you know, go slightly past, I guess, the top, you know, the edge of the tube. Maybe I want it to be slightly below, like I've got it. You know, I have room to be able to play around with that. Now, keeping in mind too that this poly was flipped, and the way you can tell that, if you select it when it's this darker red, if you turn this around here, see that's the brighter side. This is the actual face. So like if I render this, I'll show this. If I render this, there's nothing going to be here. So you can do it one of two ways to tell. So see how it doesn't show that poly? That's the back side of that poly. So if I put it this way, it'll have a, this will be filled in. So I don't, obviously this poly's, now if I wanted to use this for the back side, that'd be fine. Okay, but that's not what I want. I want to do the outside. So what I do here, with the poly selected here, I want to flip it. So I go down to my rollout here and just flip it. Now it's dark on this side and brighter on this side. So now if I render it on the outside here, now it's on the outside. Cool. So you can either just go ahead and render it, or the other quick way of being able to know if it's on the right, if it's flipped the right way, this will be darker and this is lighter. So that's two ways that you can figure out. You always do a quick render like I did, or just you know, just tell by the color of the faces that you got selected. Hopefully that makes sense. So I can see that's still kind of clipping a little bit, so I want to bring it out just a little more, so I can go like this. And doesn't matter the fact that I've got that poly still selected like that. It'll still let me drag it out. It does kind of help a little bit when you got it selected like this. You can see how much it's clipping into the tubes at this point, so you can kind of get a better idea with it highlighted. Okay, so what I want to do is, and I can get really super OCD, I guess, about this if I wanted to, and kind of use, like, say the vertexes of, like on the main structure here. Let's go into this and go to vertex. If I wanted to snap, say, the edge of that panel to one of these verts, I can do that too, just to ensure whatever that it's not gonna have too much of a gap between the pipes, so that the panel's like snug against that, you know, the tubes themselves. So like, say for example, if I want to go like this, I'll select this panel. Okay, and then let's go into vertexes of this, put on my vert snaps, select this vert. Wait a minute, has that got some thickness to it? What's going on with that? Huh, that's weird. Not sure what's going on there. It's just the way it's highlighted, it kind of looks funky. But anyway, select that vert or that corner, and let's say I want to snap it to, this might not, because there's so many verts that are on this tube, it may not give me the best result. But you can see how it turns red. Now I know it's snapped to a vert on that edge, so I know it's flush with that now. It's not too, you know, it's not clipping too much into it, and it's not raised above it too much. And then if I wanted to line, you know, make sure it's a straight line, you know, if that's the spot that I want to put it, say for example, which it doesn't look like it. Here, let me highlight this. Yeah, see, it's clipping. That's not the best one. So let's try it this way. Let's try a different spot. I want to get it to where it's not clipping, so let's try there. That could work. So I know it's still snapped to that because it turned green, and it's not clipping. If I highlight it, you can see, like, now if I want this to line up with the bottom down here, okay, I can get some vertex information from that vert. So I'm going to turn this off here for a second. So let's go into vertex again. I'm still on that vert, haven't moved it. So paying attention to the information, the coordinates for this vertex, general rule of thumb, and you can see it on the gizmo here, this is your Y going this way. So we want the Y to line up. So we want the Y from this one to line up with this one here, right? Okay, so we want to copy the Y value in this case so that we can get this vert down here to line up with it. So we want to copy the Y coordinate like so and go down to this vert and paste that into there. This is how you can ensure that that's going to be 100% lined up, because you could sit here all day long, and I used to do this religiously. I used to sit there and just eyeball it, you know, to ensure that that's going to be a straight line from where you have this point to that point. That's the best way to do it, that way. So now I know where that snapped, and I was happy with where that was positioned to get that way. Now the only thing I don't have is how far it is away, so I'd have to get the X of this one as well to ensure that I have that positioning right, so it's not too far out on the bottom and, you know, flush on the top. So I can go back up to this vert and get the X for that one. And it might be already there, to be honest, but I'm gonna go ahead just to ensure that I have it that way, and I know that it is. I'm gonna get that information from that vert and paste it down on the vert that I'm trying to adjust. See, and it was out just a little bit, so it moved just a little. So now I know this way is aligned and this way is aligned on the X and the Y. Okay, and I'll do the same thing, I guess, for the other edge. Okay, this is not too bad. I'm fairly satisfied with it so far. So now I'm going to get the other edge lined up the same way. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and select this edge. Now, what I want to pay particular attention to, I want to get the Z of this one correct. Alright, so at least I'll start with that one at least anyway. So I want to get the Z on this one so I know it's aligned the same height as this one here. So I want this one and this one to be at the same height. I don't want it too low or too high. Now, so in order to ensure that that's straight, I want to get the Z value from this vert. This is the one I snapped where I want it. Okay, so I'm going to copy this Z value, go to this vert, and paste that Z value into it. Okay, so I know that's straight, at least on the height. That's the same height on both those verts there. So I know that's straight. Now, I can do the same thing on this vert to ensure... Now, this is assuming, too, I guess, that our structure that we have here is square. Okay? That we don't have this shifted over too much or what have you. So, our tubular structure, we're assuming that... And that's already been ensured, but that is assuming that our structure is lined up. Okay? So just keeping that in mind. I already know that it is, but that's assuming, you know, when we do it this way, same as it would be in reality, that's assuming that your structure that you have is straight, right? So what I want to do on this one, same thing I did for the bottom. I want to get the X value, to get the distance between how far it is lifted or what have you, I guess, off the tube. So I want to get the X value for this one. Okay. Copy that, go over to this one, and paste that in there. Okay, so now I know the distance between this way is the same on both of those. Alright, now as far as the Y, that's going to be a little bit different. Now the Y is going to be, that's only for these two. So in order to line this one up on the Y, I'll have to set this one where I want it, and then adjust the one below it to that. Because this is the opposite end. I don't want to use this Y, because that, if I use that Y, it's just going to put that vert over to that location, so we don't want that. Alright. So what I need to do is put this one in the position as where I want it, and I can do the same thing as I did there, is I can snap to a vert, but I've already gone ahead and adjusted the Z and the X. So what I'm basically going to do is just line this up to where I feel it's where it needs to be. So I'll just leave it at that. Okay. So all we're adjusting right at this point is just the squareness, you know, as far as the straightness between this vert and this vert. Okay. It's already straight this way, and it's straight by the Z. You know, as far as with this one here. Okay. So I'm trying not to go too fast on this. You know, trying to keep you with me here. But what I should have, what I could have necessarily done is snap this one. Okay, I could have snapped the two of these and then just line these two up here. What you want to take into consideration is don't necessarily snap each one of them, because it's not going to guarantee that it's going to be square. You always want to go through these to make sure that they're 100% square. Get the coordinates just like I've been showing, because by snapping it to a particular vert is not going to guarantee that it's going to be square. That's going to be straight. Okay, I guess that's the main point that I was trying to make by doing it this way. I know sometimes I find myself get carried away with doing snaps, you know, snapping to a particular vert. Because this is a tube and it's got several different edges on it, you're not going to 100% be guaranteed that it's straight if you just snap, and done. That's not going to guarantee you that it's going to be 100% straight. So you always want to go through this method as far as checking your vertex coordinates. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this Y value, going back, you know, continuing what we're doing here. I'm just going to take it that this is where I want that to be as far as how far out, right? So one way I can do it, one of two ways as I say this, is I can grab both these verts and stretch them both out so I know it's straight. But I guess for starters here, I'm going to at least confirm that this is straight, which it should be, because it's still based on the original poly that I created based off that edge of that tube, right? So let me go ahead into here. So this Y 96086. So if I go down here, it's still 96806. So it's straight as it is, just by checking these two. 96.806. Okay. So that's straight. I'm hoping I'm making sense with this. If I'm not clear on anything, please let me know. I'm trying to, explain this as best I can. But just to ensure that it's straight, check the coordinates of your vertexes. Okay? Don't rely on just the snapping. Okay? I guess that's all the point I'm trying to make. So yeah, those are both 96.086 on the Y. So I know that's straight and this is straight. It's, the height is the same. Now we can check the height on this one here just for the heck of it. So the Z on this one, 7.666, and this one's at 7.666. So I know that is 100% square to the model. To our tubes, as you should say. So that's one panel. That's one outside panel. Now, from here, it would behoove you, I guess, at this point, because you got this one, to make sure all your other panels are lined up. You can do this a couple different ways. At least a couple different ways. So one way you could do this, you could clone this. Alright? And I'll kind of show this. This is one method. So like, you already have this where you want it. I can necessarily clone this. Okay? And because I want the clone to behave, I guess, in its own entity, I don't want any changes that I make to this one affect the other one, vice versa. I want to make a copy of it, not an instance. If I do an instance, any changes I make to one will affect the other one. I've explained that before too in other streams. So if you want them to be totally independent of each other, as far as adjusting one over the other one, do a copy. Okay, and this will create a new object. So I can do it this way and just kind of pull this out. Okay, and then I can do, like say for example, I could do a angle snap. So let's do it this way. So if I do an angle snap on this, go into here, and then I can put this at 90 degrees. Okay, so that's 90 degrees there. I could have probably centered that better too, but that's fine. So yeah, it's at 90 degrees on that. Turn that off. Now I can bring it back over this way. See, it's going to clip into it. Now this is a little bit harder way to do it. So that's why I want to kind of show this. So you got a couple of different methods. So obviously this is going to be a different size on this one. Okay. So what I can do here, I'm just going to continue with this method. Uh-oh. 4 in a row. Oh my god. Man, that bot is being... What did you guys do to piss the bot off? It's not being very nice to you guys. That's... Sorry about that. Wow. Man, it hates both of you. That's crazy. There is the slots, too. Exclamation point slots. Between that and there's also a risk. Exclamation point risk. Well, that's interesting. It's not showing up in the bot. That's let me check that out. What the heck? Hold on a second here. Where'd my cursor at? Bear with me here, folks. Okay, it did show up. Those don't show up in the bot. That's kind of weird. It just shows them up as text or whatever for those images, the emotes. Interesting. Yeah, so the slots, all it does is cost you 10 units of fluid every time you play. And whether or not you win or lose, that's, yeah, man, that's not being nice. Man, slots. Exclamation point risk as well. That'll either gain or lose. Gain or lose. Either one of those is not on a cooldown. The only one that's on a cooldown is the shot. That's just kind of let you guys know. There you go. Now you got some. There you go. Yeah, so you got those three to play around with. So if one's not being nice to you, you can use the others. There you go. Yeah, I gave you a little bit anyway. So yeah, continuing what we were doing here. So this method, I'm going to continue with this method. I've made a clone of this plane. So what I'm going to do is snap the verts to this, because I know this is still, this piece is still good. So what I'll do is go into vertex, and we're going to select this vertex. We're going to put our vertex snaps on. I can zoom in here a little bit. So what I've got that vertex, and I'm going to snap. Whoa. And it could be a little bit funky doing it this way because of there's so much going on there. I may have to make this. I can already see I need to extend this one here on the Y. I can already see that because you can still see that there on the tube. So I need to fix that a little bit. So before I go any further, let's back this up. Put it back there. And then I'm going to go ahead and just move this panel out of the way for a second. So just move this out of the way. I need to adjust the Y on this one here because it's not quite extending past the tube. So if you can kind of see this, the edge of the tube. Whoops. The heck? Yeah. Why is it not? Oh, that's a separate object. I forgot about that. So yeah, I gotta go into this object. Forgot about that. It was separated. So yeah, you can see the edge of that here. See that panel isn't extending up past that. So I need to extend the Y on this panel. Okay. Alright, so yeah, well, what I had there, James, was this was still in a separate piece. So I had it on this part, and I was trying to get that poly for that, for what was showing here. And that's in a separate object yet. So I could collapse that at this point, but I'll leave it there for now. Yeah. Seeing a lot of those shortcuts there, what basically James is mentioning, the shortcut for that, I believe, is the F4, but that will, let me see if that'll work. That might necessarily work. So yeah, this is what he's talking about as far as display the edges. Yeah, I guess that'll work. That'll kind of show you here too, as far as display the edges. And that's what the F4 key, in case you wonder. So that'll kind of show you how this panel here is not extending past our tubes here. So I can turn that back off. Okay. In fact, I can leave those on. So I want to go back into here, and what I need to do is move these two verts. I'm going to move them simultaneously at this point. Let's go to this view. Yeah, that'll work. So we're looking at the side view here, so we can see how that's not. So what I'll do from this way is just grab these two verts on this panel, like so, and I'm just going to slide these out. Okay, and then I can look in the back side here and see how much I'm extended over. Like that. Now I still got them both selected, so I can kind of move this in or out. See what those, yeah, having the edges on there will be good. I always forget about that sometimes. There's a lot of, like I said, a lot of the shortcuts, I guess, to, that's a good highlight actually. That'd be a good highlight, you know, as far as the F4, as far as display your edges. Another good example of using the highlight for that part there. But yeah, some of the shortcuts, I guess, for doing this type of thing, it doesn't necessarily step on some of my scenes, you know, as far as when I'm streaming it. So yeah, I don't usually have too much of a problem, I guess, of doing it when I'm not streaming. But okay, so now that I've got that extended past our tube structure here, I can bring this piece back in. Let's bring that back in. Okay, and then now we can snap those edges, the vertices, I say. So go like this, put on a vert snap. It might behoove me, here, let me do this. Now that I think of it, I'm gonna hide, and this is where you'll find out pretty quickly as far as like just how you were seeing how it was trying to snap to the verts, I guess, of these tubes, which I don't want it to do. I want it to snap to this panel, right? Oh, you didn't know there was a shortcut? Yeah, it's F4. So, like I said, that would probably be a good highlight, I guess, as far as shortcuts for edges. Yeah, it's just F4. But yeah, I see what you mean as far as the drop down. I think what you were probably doing was in the views. I don't even know where that is. I don't even know where you'd be going. I kind of hit that on by accident, to be honest, as far as the F4. That shows the edges. Yeah. So yeah. So just to kind of summarize again on to get your edge faces, I guess, will show up. Just F4. There is a drop down somewhere too. That's the long way, I guess, to do it. But if you're in your model, if you just do F4, it'll turn them on and off. So just to kind of summarize on that. So yeah, now the other point I was trying to get to was, because I've got these the tubes in here, when I do the vert snap, it's necessarily trying to snap to the verts of that. So what will probably work better for me is if I was to hide all those pieces, so that way I know I'm only snapping to the vert that I want to snap to. Okay, so I'm going to highlight this one again. Go to the vertex, put our vert snaps on, and now I can snap that for sure. Okay. Oh, when you select orthographic, really? Is it in here? I don't even know. I know I'm playing dumb here right now, so extended viewports. So it would be in here is what you're saying, right? Right part says edge faces. Am I missing it? I'm not seeing it. Yeah, because this is where I usually select the orthographic, which I already have it in. But as far as the edge faces, shaded edge faces, extended viewports, I want to know where that's at myself, because that's kind of interesting. I've always just done the F4, to be honest. Which other rollout? I only use this one right here as far as to change the orthographic, so I'm not sure which other rollout you mean. Over on the right side? I don't know where that one is. I'll be honest. I'll be perfectly honest. I'm dumb on that one. That's when as far as changing my viewport, like if I want to go from perspective and all that, I just go right over here. It does have it up here too, as far as the shaded edge faces. That's what I have on right now. All right, is that the one you meant? Right, I gotcha. Yeah, so this, like I said right here. So this one right here, right next to it says this is your orthographic. So if you want to go here, yeah, edge faces. Yeah, you can just go here too. Yep, I gotcha. So yeah, if you want edge faces, see, and it doesn't show it in here. Some of these menu options or whatever, it'll usually put, what else you can put here. Like this one for realistic, you can do a Shift F3. This one these don't do that for some reason. And like I said, I just kind of stumbled that on by accident as far as to get the edge faces to do F4. But yeah, that's probably a good point too, as far as like to help yourself out, as far as to make things more clear to yourself. Yeah, definitely choose orthographic is better. So like if you do perspective and if you zoom in too close, say for example, it'll clip, or it'll just run on a kind of stall on you and won't let you get really close. But in other cases too, what it'll do in perspective is it'll clip and it won't focus on what you're trying to. So like if I zoom in on this, yeah, see how it's clipping? It's hard to tell like that. But if I go to orthographic and then zoom on that, so you don't have to worry about that then. So it lets you zoom right in on it without it clipping. You can get as close as you want to it. So that's just one benefit of using orthographic over, say, perspective. So just a fair mention on that. Okay, so now we need to snap this vert. Still got our vert snaps on. Select this vert. Alright, oh, gotta get on vertex, dummy. Yeah, select the vert. Go like that. This vert snaps are on, and snap that right to the corner, so I know that's right where it needs to be. And that's by hiding all that, the other part of the structure. So otherwise it was trying to snap to that, and I don't want it to do that. I want to snap to this other panel. So okay, so now that side's done. Now we can check and bring out. Let's unhide our pieces here again. Okay, so that's our individual piece there. And then we have our stand. That's the name of the stand. There's the rest of our stand. So I still have that in the piece. I can, like I said, I can necessarily go ahead and collapse those two back together if I wanted to. But for now, I'll just leave it like that. It's not hurting anything. Okay, so now what I want to do is get this edge extended out past this side of the structure. Okay? I'm going to turn these vert snaps off. So I'm still on this panel. I'm going to select both of these verts over here. I only got the 2 verts, right? I'm only, because this is its own object, I don't have to worry about selecting any other verts. Because this is in its own object. So I'll slide this out here this way. I can already see this is kind of clipping right there. That's kind of interesting. So I might not have that out far enough on this edge. I don't know if you can tell. You can see where that's kind of clipping through a little bit. Let me render this real quick. Okay, see what's going on. See, it might just be because of, you know, being an orthographic. At this, you know, if I render it, it still looks fine. So that should be okay. Would it be wrong to make a box and remove the bottom, top, and back polys and delete the... No, not at all, Torch. Not at all. So, yeah. So the approach that I took with it was it's just one way of doing it. Okay? So, like, okay, well, let me go through that here really quick while we're at it. So what you're saying, you know, what you would consider doing, okay, I'm going to go top down. Let's go this way. So go top down. If I wanted to make a box based on this structure, right? So I'll go box. If you wanted to necessarily go like this, okay, I'll just lift it up here like that. So if you wanted to go this route, this wouldn't be 100% wrong. So like bring it up like this, and then adjust your box or whatever this way. That wouldn't be 100%. The only reason why I guess I didn't do it that way is I got this opening here. I didn't want to have to, you know, create new cuts or whatever, which you could do as well. So like you could, once you get your box, you know, created the size that you need to go around your poles, you know, your structure, you could make a cut here for that poly, you know, to open that up. Yeah, and kind of what James said too. So the approach I've been taking is maybe somewhat the longer approach, but it's another way of doing it. But like the way I considered it was because I have this opening here, I didn't want to have to necessarily apply another process in there or another function again as far as to cut that out, I guess. But no, it wouldn't be entirely wrong at all. So like, let me go ahead and apply edit mesh to this box. Yeah. Actually, I'll do edit poly. So we'll do an edit poly to this. So it's still got the modifier in here. I guess to change it that way if I want to, as far as just adjust it this way. I can do it that way too. So there's 1 of 2 ways I can do that as well. So like, if I wanted to change the length on this, I can go like this. Or I can use the poly roll out here and just grab the verts and drag them that way. So there's more than one way to do that as well. Probably the best way is probably just to grab, you know, with having that modifier still in there, or lack of thereof, just go ahead like this and just drag that out like this to where you want it, as far as this way and this way, as well as the height. I kind of moved this up already, but yeah, you could do it this way. Let's try this here. So if we move this down, let's go like this. And I'm doing this really fast, so yeah, don't mind. So yeah, go like this. And let's say that's the size you needed it to be. And then what you were mentioning as far as just to go ahead and delete the polys that I don't need. So like I don't need this top, and I don't need the bottom. The only ones I need are for the sides. So yeah, you could do it this way. So that's basically roughly your sides all the way around. The only difference is you would have to apply this cut for this opening. So yeah, you could definitely do it that way. It probably is too, James. It probably is about the same amount of work. But I guess that's probably a good thing that you mentioned that, Torch, as far as like there's more than one approach. You know, there's more than one way, I guess, to to achieve the same thing. But just as I have shown here, you can make a box. The only other thing that I see that you would have to do doing it that way would be you have to apply a cut for that opening. That's about it. And you can do that one of two ways as well. You could either do, I got this in an edible poly. In fact, we'll just go ahead and we'll just assume that's the size of our box. Actually, it's a little bit short here. Let's adjust this a little bit again. So go in here, I want to hold. Okay, and then I need to make this, I think, a little bit longer. Yeah. So that's kind of clipping out there. And let's see here. So I'll just adjust this here. I'm doing this really quick, so it probably would be better, like I was saying, and I think that's the way I'll do it. I'll go like this. I'm going to grab these verts on this end and just adjust it this way to get it where it's not clipping. Okay, and I'll grab these verts. More than one way to do lots of these things, so whoops. Drag select these verts. See, now, this is kind of the versatility with, I have an edible poly modifier in here, but I still have the option. It's going to do that, which is fine. And I can still adjust it that way as well, if I wanted to. And I'm going to go ahead and continue this way. Now, you saw how it brought that poly back that I deleted there. When you go into there, that's why that little dialog comes up there as far as the hold. Yes. It's when you go back to that modifier that it'll, whatever you did in that modifier, because I was in that poly rollout, say for example, that poly modifier, that's where I remove the poly, right? So if I go back here, I'll show you. So if it's going to put that back. So that's, just keep that in mind as far as when you do that. Okay, so that bottom's gone, and you know you got your sides. So yeah, what you would do at this point, let me go ahead and hide. I think it's 3 and 4, or no, it would be 1 and 2. Yeah, 1 and 2. Those two panels. No, that's not it either. Alright, hold on. Let me hide this box. What I'm trying to get it down to is just that box. Alright, so let me hide this for a second. I'll bring it back. Whoops. Still got that selected. That's probably something else to mention too. Whenever you've got something selected, I do this all the time. It drives me nuts sometimes. When you got something selected, and you can do a hide, see it's still there. That's because you got that something selected. So if you do that, see, there you go. I do that all the time. It drives me nuts, but it's just a fair mention up there. So I'm gonna hide these two panels, okay, and bring that box back. Yep, bring this box back. There we go. So now here's our box, you know, doing it this way. I'm going to focus on this way. What the hell is it doing that? Oh, probably because I don't have anything selected. That's right. That's another thing, too, as far as, like, if you don't have anything selected in your scene, as far as, you know, what it focuses on. So, like, by not having anything, this is the other thing that drives me nuts about Mac sometimes. Since I don't have anything, say, it kind of wonks out like this. Usually, if it's better just to kind of select something in the scene, so that way it'll focus on it. Yeah. That's really only my two big pet peeves that sometimes, because I'll be in the middle of doing something, and I'm trying to get, you know, I'll click off of it, and I'll try to move it around, and it wonks it all out. Yeah. But keeping in mind that whatever you had lastly selected, if you go back just a tick, go back just a tick most times, it'll still put you at what you had back selected, and just push Z, and then it'll refocus. Okay. So yeah, continuing with your box method here, Torch. I guess I could have kept the bottom. Yeah, because I didn't have a bottom in here to begin with. So I guess I could have kept the bottom. My bad. No worries though. So like, let's just continue with this. One way of you know, kind of working through, I guess, what issues you might have created for yourself. This is not a complete waste of time, because I can necessarily create another poly on the bottom based on one of these edges of the bottom of that box. Yeah, James has kind of hit on that too. Yeah, more than one approach to do that. So like if I want to put a poly underneath this thing, the approach I usually take is this. So like if I want to go like this, and I want to put that poly back, instead of going all the way back to that point and necessarily stepping on some other things that I've modified with the box, I can just go ahead and create another poly on this one here. Let me see if I can do this. Whoops, gotta get in the right. Get on the right thing, so I'll get my box highlighted. I'm just gonna go into edge, select this edge, and I'm gonna shift drag this. And I'll create my new poly. And then I can just snap it to this corner. Put my vert snaps on. Like so. This is just one way of doing it. Okay? Not the only way. Okay, then you go to this vert. Alright, select this vert and snap it to there. Cool. So I just created a new poly for that without creating a new box or going backwards, and I'll have to bring that down because it's obviously not low enough. So I'll go like this. Let's do it this way. And like I said, this is not the only way to do this. I'm just saying this is just the approach that I would take to it. So I grabbed all the vertexes on the bottom of that box, and I'm going to pull this down, like so. So now I got the bottom back into that. Okay? Now I got the bottom. Now, keeping in mind that this is only going to be one-sided, so that's the side that's facing out. You don't have a face here, so you would necessarily probably have to detach that, create a second poly, and then flip it so that you have one on the inside as well, if you wanted to do it that way. But you could do the same thing with the inside of your boxes too. What I wanted to show here, at least again too, that's at least to get that poly back, to get the cut in here. So like if I wanted to get that cut for that opening here, right, I have to do this. What do you mean two-sided? Yeah, that's what I was going to show. So once you get your box, the approach I was going to take to is go ahead and make my cuts here into this poly, and then just make a clone of that box, and then flip it, and then you can size it up on your inside. Right? Yeah, that's where I was going with that. So I'm going to put this on its side, like this. I want to create a cut into this. This might be kind of sloppy now I think of it, but I'm gonna go with it. So I got this as an editable poly. Put this cut on here, but now I want to put my edge snaps on this. Let's see how this will work. So like say I want to cut from here down to here, and it's probably not going to be straight initially, but that's fine. So there's my cut there. I can clean this up too. Go like this, go like that. So there's my cut. Now to ensure that that's straight, which I know it's not, turn that off, turn that off. Alright. So now to ensure that these are straight, I'm going to do that again. So I need my Y on this one, which is, I'm going to copy this, and paste it to here, so that I can straighten that out. That's going back to what I was explaining before, so I'll just make sure that's straight. So it looks like it was pretty straight. Alright, so go here, get this Y, copy that, and paste it down here, ensure that's straight. Yep, so that must have been pretty straight then. Doesn't look straight though. Interesting. Alright. I'm just taking a look at this to make sure. Not sure if it's straight or not, to be honest. According to the Y, it is. Let's see here. Select this one. Oh, I was doing the X. My bad. I was doing the X. I did it wrong. Yeah, I was just thinking of that too, James, as far as the Swift loop. Yeah. But the fact that we don't have it mapped yet, it really doesn't matter. Yeah, in this case. Yeah, that's probably fair mention too. I was thinking about that too. This is when I happened to look over there. It's like the Swift loop. You could necessarily do a Swift loop. I don't even know if I still have that on a shortcut. I think I had it as a Shift S. And basically what the Swift loop does is it allows you to man, I'm having a brain fart right now. Oh, you would have had attached the back poly and then the verts on that side and move forward to where I want. Actually, Torch, I think probably your best method would be just like what I'm showing you. I think I get what you're saying. To detach that and then, you know, flip it. You could probably do it that way. I think that would be a lot more work to do it that way. To be honest, as far as what you're describing. So yeah, what I can do from here, that's what I was trying to get to. Delete that, so now I got that cut in there. Yeah, so yeah, I was copying the X there. I wasn't doing the Y, so my bad. So when I was doing that, so yeah, I didn't think that was straight. So let's go back into here. So if we go vertex or Y on this one, yep, we get this one here. So I knew for pity's sake that wasn't straight. Paste. There we go. Now I know it's straight. See it moved? Yeah, I was adjusting the wrong one. That's my fault. So I'm gonna copy this one, paste that down to here, so make sure that's straight. There. Now I know that opening's straight on both sides of that. So that's how you get your cut. Now, what I was gonna show you, Torch, as far as like all these faces on this box are all faced this way, right? Yeah, that's the inside. So yeah, all of them are facing. So the bottom's facing down, and so on and so forth. So what I would do from this point, once you get your box this way done, this actually did not turn out too bad, actually. Actually, this needs to come out more on this side. Okay, let's adjust that. Obviously, that's not out far enough because our structure is still showing. Attaches out, but yeah, that's another approach. There's a lot of different ways to do it, to be honest. But I'm going to do it this way. This is what makes sense to me, I guess. So, if I grab these verts here, whoops, drag select these. Grabbed all these verts on this side. Move this out. Okay. So there's that. So now you've got your box made this way. Whoop, that's still clipping a little bit. Let me render this really quick. Yep. So the render was, like I said, so the fact that in here it's kind of showing that it's clipping a little bit, it doesn't show it in the render, so we should be fine. But yeah, you can see how we don't have the polys on the inside yet. And the quickest way, doing it this way that I can see to do it, right, would be to take this box, just as it is, and clone it as a copy, so that it acts as its own entity, as I explained before, as opposed to instance. Alright, and then from here, what I would do is take the polys off of that copy, that clone. Let's see, let me make sure. Yeah, so here's the original box, so I'm in, that's the one I cloned, right? Take the polys off of that, select all those, and flip them. Yeah, I find my flip, so now I flip them like that. Now it's going to be lined up still with the. It's not going to be on the opposite side of the poles, right? It's still going to be on that side. Now, you could necessarily do it that way. That'd be fine. What I would consider, as far as like we're putting these panels on there, is have a panel on each side of the pole. You know, as far as the poles, but this would work too. Let's see. Just a heads up when you do the AO bake for this, those faces need to be done as separate. Yes, that's probably another fair mention too, and that's why I was mentioning earlier about how much space I would need possibly, I guess, to do all those sides, you want to keep those sides separate if you can apply ambient occlusion. So what I'll probably will end up doing, and that's what I hit on earlier part of the stream, is I'll probably have to shrink this area down for our poles, as far as our framework, so that we have more room for all these sides that we're creating. Because for the AO bake to work properly, we need to have all those pieces separate. We don't want to use the same area of the texture. Otherwise, the AO bake won't create properly. Just making sure I'm catching everything you mentioned there, James. Light applied. It's an active shader process, meaning I guess. Oh, you were answering the question for torch there. Okay, so apply a two-sided material to. Even during the process, it may not bake with both sides. Yeah, I think James, I think you're right as far as I don't think it would bake. The best approach, and that's all mentioned as far as in that tutorial that James has done with the ambient occlusion. Keeping all the panels that is going to be involved. In this case, all the panels, all your sides, whatever to your structure on the texture itself, you want those all separate. You don't want to use the same area of the texture more than once. So if you're going to overlap, so basically what it boils down to when we're creating these inside panels, as far as the back side, that's going to be textured separately from the outside polys of the model. So what that's going to necessarily create by needing to do that, you're going to need more space on the texture. That's basically, I think, what we're trying to to point out there. You don't want to use, so for example, if I was to go with the way this texture is here, I don't want to put the inside panels and the outside panels on top of the same area of the texture if you're going to apply ambient occlusion. That's not a good idea. And this is what I was kind of hitting on as far as like what would create that necessity to shrink this area down. We don't need as much area, really, to be honest. We don't need, because we already got all the detail of the model, in the post here. As far as the ambient occlusion on that part, we don't need as much real estate on the texture. We could really get away with shrinking this down and creating more room, I guess, to deal with the panels that we're trying to create here at this point. Oh, can you make it directional? Oh, yeah, I know we had talked about that before, torch too, as far as like for a particular part of time of day. The ambient occlusion is, and I think James already kind of hit on that, it's kind of a general direction of light, so be it, call it high noon or whatever the case may be, but as far as making it directional, that is an option. There is a way to do that. It does involve a lot of using the sky, the daylight lighting system type of thing. That's a little bit more complex if you want to get really specific as far as how the shadows are falling onto the object. The main approach that we take to showcasing, I guess, how to apply ambient occlusion is just general lighting. So like I said, as far as consider it like what it is at high noon, say for example. Now to be able to customize the shading based on what you get from that result, that's an entirely different process as far as to get it specifically for, like, say, like at dusk, whatever, that the shadows are going to be longer, especially like this time of year, things like that. That's a totally different, not to say that it isn't impossible to do that, but that's an entirely different animal in itself. So yeah, just like James said, that's above our pay grade. Yeah, that's a little above our pay grade. That's something that we know it is possible. We know it is. I've seen that myself in plenty of different occasions. But to be able to actually apply it, it's way over our heads at this point. Eventually, we hopefully get to that point as far as being able to apply, very specific shading for different times of day for different, for a specific region, even. Yeah. So what we're focusing on now is just putting just very basic shading onto it, so it's not just a flat, lifeless material, I guess, applied to the model, if that makes sense. Yeah. So yeah, getting back, we got our cut on it. This is actually not a bad approach to this. No, I think. So like I was saying, if it behooves you, I guess, to want to have the panel just like this, to have a backside and so on, to have it just like this. What I was initially thinking, and that's the approach I was taking with the other method I was applying, is I wanted to have a panel on each side of the post, so not in the same, like it is right here. This is actually not looking like too bad of an option right here, is what I'm thinking. So I've got this flipped. Let me render this. Yeah, and I don't know why it does this either. So what happens when, and this is just the rendering process, I guess, and I think it really depends on how much memory you have, is what it boils down to, which I probably don't have enough. But when you render it, when you've got these two sides, you got these opposing faces between the ones on the outside and the inside. When I render this, you kind of see how it's broke up. It's only showing part of it. I think a lot of that does have to do with just the rendering capabilities of the video card that you have, to include how much memory and so on that you have. So that's not a flaw necessarily of the model itself. It's just that what I have available as far as to be able to render it properly, it's just not there. So that's all about. Just trying to confuse my life more. Oh yeah, I mean, everybody, like, I think us as humans we do like to be challenged, and that's for sure. And I know we've mentioned that, we've talked about that before, Torch, as far as, especially offline, as far as to create a specific level of shading to an object, be it certain times of day and so on. Student teaching the teachers. Are you referring that we're the teachers and you're the student? Or is that the other way around? My bad. Sorry if I get that wrong. Maybe I comprehended that wrong. So I'm just kind of looking at this to see if this is the approach that I want to take with this one. I still want to show the other method that I was doing too, just to kind of give it. But this is one option, obviously. This is not a bad option here to do it the way we did it here. So we got, and it doesn't really show it in the render, but as the other thing I was trying to show is that you can select these polys. So we got the polys on the inside, and again, the dark colored render means that's the back side of the poly. So all these bright colored ones, that's the inside. Okay, so that's that object. And then on the this box, this is our original box on the outside. If we select those polys, so we got both faces. We got the back side and the front side. We got the back side and so we got both sides basically, with the cut in there and so on. You could necessarily use this as a yeah, but I think I still do want to show at least the other method I was doing as far as each panel one at a time, just to kind of see you can get to the same result basically. So it's basically two of the same. Yeah, I don't think this is a terrible result at all. So that's probably a good thing that Torch mentioned that up there. But like I said, the other method you could do is like what I was using before. I'm gonna go ahead and hide these two boxes for now, and yeah, just hide those. I'm not gonna delete them. I'm gonna keep that. That might be an option for us. So yeah, I'm gonna bring back 3 and 4. Yeah. So I'm going to continue with this method I was trying to do, is doing a poly at a time. And like I said, the original reason I took that approach in the first place was because I knew I had an opening. If this would have just been a complete box without the opening, I would have totally went with the box. But I guess in an effort, to eliminate having to cut that out, I think just like James pointed out too, I think it would probably take you about the same amount of time to do it either way. So, no, yeah, you're 100% true, Torch, and there is no dumb question. No dumb or stupid questions. So yeah, this yeah, I'm going to continue with this method here as far as doing each panel at a time. And like I said, overall, I think it would basically take you about just as much time. Doing it the box and cutting that out and, you know, making a clone of it and all that jazz. I mean, I think you would pretty much end up taking the same amount of time. Alright, so we can tell with our edge faces showing here that we're not extended past our edge here, so we need to adjust that. And the way I'm going to do that, I already have this selected in its own object. I'm just going to grab these two edges, or two verts, pull that out like so. And like I said, I'm being very reserved in wanting to snap that to that, because I've already, you know, to initially get it set, whatever like that, I did it that way, so I didn't want to. But it looks like this is pulled out too, so I'm gonna have to adjust the. Let's see, which one is that? I need to adjust the Y on these to that, because that's not. And you know, keeping in mind when we snap this here, these were still untouched yet, these two edges. So now what I need to do is get the Y coordinate for this, and I can apply that to these two, so I know that it's the same distance from the framework here. So I need to get the Y from this one. Okay. Select this vert and paste that to here. Like so. Now I know that's the same distance away from the framework as these two. Because like I said, what we had snapped these two verts to that panel that was already in place, right? Okay, so now we're going to take this one and paste the Y to this one too. It's still on the clipboard. So until you copy something else again, that value is still saying, so you don't have to copy and recopy it. It's still on the clipboard. Now you're making a liar out of me. Okay, so copy that and paste it in here. Just made a liar out of me, but there you go. So now I know that's the same distance all the way. You know, so this panel is the same distance on all four corners from the structure. Okay, so I already adjusted. Let me double check that. As far as how much we're hanging over here now, probably way too much. Oh, not too bad. Nope, not too bad at all. Okay, so I'm gonna go with this. I might bring it in just a little bit. I don't want to be too far. Now I can get really picky about this if I wanted to. Go into this structure. I can get the, let's say, let's see here. Pick this one here for a second, just to focus on that. So if I wanted to make sure that I'm not too far, yeah, it's pretty far over actually. All right, look at it. Let's say I want to get the edge of this panel as close to the, you know, the outmost extremity, I guess, of this framework. I can go to this vert, right? And what I need is the X in this case. So if I want to get this panel to be slightly above that X, what I'll initially do here, so I want to get the X value for this vert on the frame structure, right? Then I go into the panel. This is if I really want to get really picky with it. And then copy that X value from there that I've pasted. Now, what that is it's 100% flush with that. I want to go a little bit above that, so I don't want it to clip at all. So what I would do, I can do one of two ways. I can drag this X out this way, or just go up a tick or two. And I'll move that out just slightly, so that it's not right on top of that and risk, you know, otherwise clipping it. Okay, that's something else I cared to want to show as far as like trying to get it as hugged, you know, get these panels as close to the outer extremity, I guess the outermost point of this frame structure as possible without clipping. That's one way to do that, to just get whatever value. In this case it happens to be the X, so I can do that again down here let's go into the structure, go to vert, grab the X value for this vert, copy that, make sure to get it all. Okay, go back into the panel, go to this vert and paste that in there like so, and then I'm gonna go 2 ticks up as I did on the top one. Now I should, in theory, be just barely above that outer extremity of that framework, right? So just so that doesn't click, and I can go a little bit more. Now, like I said, you can do it one of 2 ways. You could just drag the arrow, which might be a little bit more primitive, or just tick it up, you know, just a couple. You could even drag it this way too, like so. Say for example, if you want to drag it this way, you can do that as well. Okay, there's just a few different ways that you can do that anyway. Oh, you guys are still going for the shots, and the man, that shot is not being fun at all tonight. Okay, Torch got one. It said, nuh-uh, James. Son of a biscuits, anyway. Yeah, that bot's not being very nice at all with the shots. Yeah, go ahead with the slots. 10 units of fluid every time you do the slots. Risk can go either way. You can either lose or gain. So yeah, you guys are having some fun with that. That's good to see. Try to give more options, I guess, for viewers to be able to kind of keep themselves entertained as I get focused on doing these types of things. And that's not to detract, I guess, from you know, enjoying the content either. That's what I got them there for. Okay, so just to ensure that I've got these at the same X, I'm going to select this one here. 8.502, and then this one's at, just want to double check here. Yeah, so they're both the same. So 8.502, so those are, so I went 2 ticks up. Sometimes I do get carried away, and my OCD gets the better of me sometimes, so I want to copy that X just to make sure that it's 100% dead sure that that's lined up. I'm going to copy that and paste it down here. Yep, and it is. I can confirm it already, but go ahead and put it in there. It's not going to move, but sometimes it just gets the better of me that I have to ensure. Sometimes I'll just copy it and paste it just to make sure that's 100% lined up. Okay, so that's that side. Now, again, I wanted to kind of show this too. So what I did last time was just to make a clone of the panel and then just resize it to get it to fit on that side, right? So another approach you can take, and I've shown this already too, this is already in its own object. I can go to Edge, grab this edge, and then do a shift drag, like so. And this is another approach I like to do with it. Instead of cloning that side, you can do a shift drag on the edge, and because it's its own object, it's already separated as such, that allows me to create that like that. So now what I want to do, and I kind of stopped it, and I showed this before too, so like if when you do the shift drag you don't get it to where you need it, not worry, go to vertexes, and again I'll use the same approach that I did on this corner. I want to get the coordinate of the outermost extremity, I guess, of this pipe or this framework. So I'm going to go into this object, grab, I gotta go with vertex, my bad. So I want to get this value. So I need the X value. I need to know how far out this is. So I'm going to copy this X value. Okay. And then go back into the panel. Okay, go back into the panel, go to vertex. And I might have to, yeah, it's a little bit short, so I need to go like this. Spin this around a little bit. So I already got that. It's still copied onto the clipboard, whatever. So I can go into here, select this vert, and paste that X value into here. And that, did that move? Wait a minute, what happened? Why didn't you move? Alright, hold on, maybe I didn't copy it right. Nope, doesn't look like I did. So let me go back into the structure, no worries. Go back into here. I guess I can keep it at this angle. Get this one. Is that the Y or is that the... Hold on. Nope, I'm sorry. I looked at that wrong. Totally wrong again. See, because it didn't move, it's already where it needs to be. It's the Y I need. See, you can kind of see these on the gizmo. This is your Y, this is your X, and that's your Z. So the way to determine as far as like what direction you need the coordinate of, just look at the gizmo here. So this one I need the Y, and I copied the X. That's why it didn't move. So do copy, go back into the panel. Alright, go into vertex there, and paste that Y into it. And that's going to move that. Now, again, that coordinate is going to mean that the panel is going to be 100% flush. It's going to be right on top of that. So I want to go a couple ticks above that, so it's not going to clip at all. So I'm just going to go a couple ticks up on this, so I know it's up. It's just above the surface of that. And that's just doing, like I said, that's just to ensure that it's not, that panel isn't going to clip into the framework. Okay, so the same thing up here. We'll do up here. But I'm going to go ahead and same process. I'm going to go. Now I'm taking the long approach to this, but I want, again, these are supposed to be instructional. These live streams are intended to be instructional. So this might necessarily seem longer to show as opposed to doing the box value, but if you want to get really precise and get really OCD, I guess, about making sure, I guess, everything is lined up and doing it this way, that's just another option. Okay, but I think that box is necessarily, I do like that. The only thing I don't like about the box is it's, you know, I did it really quick. I think there's still some adjustments to ensure that, you know, I'm doing it just as I'm doing it here, as far as to make sure that it's just above the actual framework. By doing it the way I'm doing it here, I can 100% be sure that I have control of each panel as I do it. That's another reason why I kind of consider doing it this way. It might take a little bit longer, but I know for a darn fact that it's not going to clip, yeah, onto the framework, you know, as we put these panels down. So vertex here, I'm going to get this value. So we'll get the Y for that. Okay. Go into our panel. Vertex. And then paste that Y value to that. Now again, that's going to be 100% flush with it. I want to be slightly above that. I don't want it to clip into it, so I'm just going to take this and move it up 2 ticks on the up arrow. Okay, and then just to ensure, again, this is my OCD, just to ensure whatever that one is the same as the bottom, I'm going to copy this value and paste it down here. Look, I did a drag select. That's probably something else to me. Now, because I got this in a separate object, it's not any part of the framework, I can get away with that. Okay? It's a really bad habit to get into sometimes by drag selecting. Always, for the most part, what you want to do is make sure you just select it just by point and click as opposed to drag selecting. Okay? Because you could necessarily, depending on how your model's designed, now the way I've got this one, like I said, everything's separate. Right? So like this panels, these are all separate. I don't have to worry about that if I drag select. But sometimes, depending on the structure of your model, if you do a drag select, you can be selecting a vert that you're not aware of. So when you could end up adjusting more than one vert. But one way you can tell if you do or not is always look over here. See, like right here, all it says is one vertex is selected. In this case, it's vertex 5, so I know it's only one that's selected. So that's one other way, I guess, to ensure that you've only got one vert. Okay, so as I did there, I'm going to make sure I paste this in here. There. Now I know those are both lined up, and it's just slightly above that vertex that I copied as far as that frame structure. So it's not, you can be sure that it's not going to clip. Alright. So now that we're at this point, there's a couple of options as well, still. So because the width of this thing is basically the same, right? I could take this one, this panel right here. Now, keeping in mind when I created the poly off this edge of this, if I was to clone this and to put it back here, I still got this panel on here. So in order to separate that, I'd have to go like this. I'd have to detach it. That's still going to be its own entity, you know, as far as like if I do it this way. Just keep that in mind. So I'm going to attach this as an object. So now it'll be its own piece, and then that separates it from this piece that I did that shift drag to create that poly. So now what I can do is I can take this panel and clone it and put it on the back side. And that's what I'll do. I'll do a edit clone, do it as a copy. Now I can take this, bring it back this way. Now that poly is going to be backwards. It's going to be, we're going to need to flip it because we're focusing just on the outside, you know, as far as the outside facing panels, right? So this is going to be flipped, so I need to flip it so it matches all their other panels. Okay, so we'll go down here to flip, and again, just like I said, that darker color is going to tell you that's the back side. So when it's this brighter color, that's when you know that that face is facing, you know, that direction. That's what we want. Okay, so what I'll do here from this point is grab the vertex here, and I'm going to do a vert snap. But before I do that, I want to hide the rest of this because I don't want it to snap to the structure. I want it to snap to this vert, right? So I'm going to go like this, go to vert, grab that, and I did that drag select because I don't have anything else in here to worry about that I'm going to select anything else, so that's why I can get away with that. Otherwise, you want to just do a point click. Okay, I'm going to put this one, I'm going to turn the edge snaps off and just do vert snaps. Snap that to that corner. Snap that to that corner. Now, these aren't going to line up yet, so what I can do on this is I'm going to turn the vert snaps off. Get the Y on this, copy that. I don't even need the other structure open, to be honest. Go to here and paste that in here so I can line that up. That's going to ensure our distance from the structure of the panels. You can see all that move. Now this is still sticking out. So I guess that should still be on the clipboard, so I can just paste it. And there we go. Now I know it's same distance on all four corners to the structure. The only thing, and because this was already lined up to the front, I already know that's the right distance as far as, you know, on this corner, so I don't need to drag this out. That's identical, I guess, to the front, because this is, again, we're assuming that this structure is 100% square. So still doing the shots now. Okay, so you did the shots, slots. Okay, cool. James checking his fluids there. James is racking up them fluids. Okay, so yeah, now we've got all of our outside. Okay, at this point we've got all of our outside. Now, obviously we already have the box that's done. The only thing that, as it sits right now, the way that box is, I'm not 100% satisfied with the fact that it's, you know, it's going to have that amount of cushioning, you know, the padding, you know, distance for the panels away from the framework, right? I did that really quick. I could probably still adjust those, no biggie, much the same way I did this way. But this is just another way of being able to create the panels for this. So now that we have all of our outside panels from the way this is, we know everything's lined up, everything's snapped, everything's tied and true. what I can do at this point is just take, here, I'm gonna go ahead and hide this piece. Yep, just hide this one for now. Now all these pieces, I can take this and collapse it, right? Put another little hammer, do a collapse, collapse selected. Okay, so now that's all one piece, right? So now from here, I can take and clone that into a copy, so it's its own entity. And then from here, I'll have to go into polys, polygon, drag select all those polys. I need to flip them. So that'll be the back side of those. Where's my flip? I lost my flip. Where'd my flip go? Oh, this is another fair mention. So like, because I collapsed it, this is probably a good thing that has done that. So when you do a collapse, the fact that I had that in an editable poly before, all those individual pieces, when you do a collapse, it automatically will put it to an edit mesh instead of an edit poly. So the fact that I don't have it in an edit poly, I don't have the option to flip these, right? So what I want to do at this point, after I collapse, is convert this to an editable poly. What that'll do then, when I select the poly, like this, now it'll give me the option to flip. Yeah, I'm gonna roll it down here a little bit. So now it'll let me flip. So yeah, because I collapsed it, because I collapsed the whole thing, even though that the original polys that I had in there were all editable polys, when you collapse it, it automatically diverts back to an editable mesh. So that's something to keep in mind. So just as I was stumbling on myself there, I failed to remember that's what it does when you do that. So yeah, keep that in mind. When you do collapse anything, it'll automatically divert to an editable mesh. You have to switch it back to an editable poly if you want to do what I just did as far as to flip the polys, because you won't get that option in an edit mesh. You'll still have the polygon option in the mesh, but it won't let you flip them until you convert it to an editable poly. So there's a lot more options available in an editable poly than it is in an editable mesh. This is to take, what to take out of that. So now we've got our inside panels. Okay, so now what we should have both in here is our inside and outside panels. So this is much the same thing that we have with our box method, as opposed to doing each panel, I guess, independently as I did. The only thing, like I said, so what I can do, this is one object, I can hide this one and bring back, oh, I got the two pieces in there. That's right. I said, what the heck? I got two pieces in there. So now I need to unhide our boxes, our inside and outside here, right? I didn't create a bottom on that other one. That's probably another fair mention too, but we can get to that. So I'll bring back also our original framework. So bring back that and our stand. There we go. Now what we need to do at this point, oh my goodness, what the hell happened there? Hello. Let's see if we can zoom. There we go. See, it kind of wonked out on me there. I just pressed the Z key, whatever. Most times, that's your best option like that. It's just kind of wonked out on me when I'm not sure why, but happens sometimes. So yeah, just a lot of times what you can do is just push your Z key, and that'll refocus on whatever you had selected last. So what we did not do with this setup here is we did not ensure how much cushion or padding that we have. See, like I can already tell this is out too far. So what I would want to do, even by doing the box method, yeah, you can see there's a heck of a gap in between here. So what I would probably do is, let's go top view. See how much of a gap there is between, you can see the edge right here as far as the highlighted edge. See how far it is away from the structure. So that's probably a good way to be able to tell. Okay, so I'm going to grab all those verts from the top down view and just suck this in a little bit. Now what I can't tell is if it's clipping from this angle. So I'd have to go this way So I'm not, this is what doesn't please me as much as doing it the way I did it. This is another option. Like I said, it's not 100% you know, right or wrong, but it is another way to, I guess, to go about it. And this is our box method, just keeping that in mind. So what you would basically end up doing here, and just to keep it consistent all the way around, go to your top view, like I am right here. Go to vertex. Here, make sure I'm in top view. Oops. Make sure I'm a complete top-down view. Go to vertex. Grab all these verts. I can zoom in here a little bit. Now, what I'm going by is this highlighted edge here, as far as how far away it is from, that's what I'm using as my guide. So what I can do is go this way, this angle. See, now I'm only moving the, oh wait, hold on. That is the outside faces, I believe. Let me see here. Nope, that's the inside faces that I've got. Yeah, so that's the inside faces. So probably what you'd want to do before you did it this way is you want to collapse that. So let me go back here. So I was only adjusting just the inside. So I'm going to go back. See if it'll let me do that. Yeah, should let me go back. So I'm just doing an undo on all this. Yeah. So right before I, yep. So let me bring that structure back in here. So I'm right back to where I started. Alright, so yeah. What I didn't consider, this is, you know, trial and error. It's not that big of a deal. So we'll bring the stand back in. So what I want to do on these two boxes, I want to collapse these two together. So I'm adjusting everything I'm adjusting independently, or together, as far as collapse, and not separate. So otherwise you'd have to do it to each box. So I'm going to select both these boxes, go to my little hammer and collapse that. There we go. So now we got that as one object. Collapse on both sides. And again, when you do a collapse, it's going to automatically divert to an editable mesh. So I'm going to go ahead and convert that back to editable poly. And I shouldn't have to do anything. I guess that would need that, but it's just a good habit to get into. Tom Paul 3D, how we doing tonight? Love 3ds Max users. Oh, glad to have you. How we doing tonight? Yeah, I'm just kind of showing some different methods that we could use for applying otherwise the same result. You know, more than one method, I guess, for creating panels or whatever you want to do. I guess as far as there's really no straight line method that we're using here, as far as like vertex modeling, poly modeling, what have you. We're trying to show, I guess, all options, I guess, available to get to relatively the same result is all. That's good to hear, as far as doing all right. And as I said before, welcome to the stream. If you got any questions about what we got going on here, feel free to ask. This happens to be, just to kind of give you a little bit of a summary, this is a starter stand built from scratch for a racetrack that's being built from scratch as well, based on LiDAR information or point cloud data, real world terrain data, and we've used the same idea to create the model of the starter stand to scale as well. So not only for the geometry of the track, but also this structure that we're constructing right here. And I can kind of briefly bring that LiDAR information in here. This is the LiDAR information that we went by. This is, again, like I said, real world information based on a topical scan for the region to which we're creating this for, which happens to be North Wilkesboro. This is something that Racer James, who's chimed in the chat there, has taken on to him for himself to create a time capsule of sorts of such a historical track, I guess, into a racing simulator. primarily, I guess at this point, just being NASCAR Racing 2003 season, but also to potentially put it into other racing simulations, you know, based on its construct. So that's just to kind of give a nutshell summary, I guess, of what we got going on here. So all this information that's in here, it's like I said, this is all LiDAR, real world information. And what we've used this height data is to determine, you know, the scale of our structure, to include information is available in static pictures and what have you, to kind of verify and justify, I guess, that those readings. So this model is 100% to scale to what it is actually within, you know, probably half a meter or so. So hopefully that doesn't go too much over anybody's head. So it's kind of like anybody else that does, you know, has missed some of this. I appreciate anybody lurking in the chat. It's very much appreciated. But I do encourage, I guess, any questions as far as you know, how to do something like that. If you necessarily have you know, something to share, I guess, about modeling in 3ds Max, feel free to share that as well. There might be something that I don't necessarily know or wasn't aware of, and sometimes I can appreciate that insight, to be honest. There's plenty of things I do know. Probably to give some background on myself as far as level of knowledge, I guess, with 3ds Max. I got probably better part of a decade of self-taught knowledge, I guess, as far as the workings of 3ds Max. Going back as far as Max 5. This rendition of Max that I'm using currently happens to be 2014, realizing that there is a much newer version of that. This version tends to suit me just fine as far as what I generally tend to involve myself in. So hopefully that gives a little bit of insight as far as my background and what we're doing here tonight. And again, encourage any questions about what's going on here in the stream tonight. So thank you for stopping by there, Tom Paul. What is your what happens to be your expertise, I guess, in 3ds Max? Do you happen to be a novice, or are you more tenured in it? Please feel free to let us all know. Be glad to know that. I like to hear, I guess, many other people's experiences, I guess, with 3ds Max. Anyway, I think we're gonna call a repairman for that slot. Is it still broke? That slot machine doesn't want to play nice at all. Yeah, so just a reminder, I guess, to anybody coming into the stream, new viewers or whatever. There's as Torch and James, I guess, are kind of showing off there. We have some slots. You earn yourself valuable units of fluid being in the chat during the live streams, and those fluids, you can necessarily risk them, give yourself a shot, or even play the slots machine. The slots machine has not been nice, as well as the shot. So you're originally a Maya user, which switched to you switched to Blender, and love 3ds Max. See, and I've kind of versed myself a little bit. I'll be perfectly honest, I don't care for Blender at all. I just don't care for the unuser friendliness, I guess, if that's a way to put it. It just doesn't click with me. For anybody that does use Blender and can be very proficient in it, good for them. I suppose. There's just way too many things that turn me off with Blender, and I've seen some pretty incredible things done in Blender. You know, like I said, for some the people that are very proficient in Blender, good for them. I mean, that's I don't know. It's just the overall feel, as far as like just the overall nativeness of 3ds Max and Maya in particular are much more fluid than it is in Blender. It's like, to me, everything in Blender is like backwards. And understanding that even the latest Blender, I've been reading up and keeping in, trying to keep in touch, I guess, with the latest with things like Blender. The latest rendition, I guess, of Blender that's come out, which I think is the 2.80, does allow for bringing in the nativeness, I guess, for the other 3D modeling programs. I gave it a try just to be, just to give it a shake. I didn't care for it. I honestly, just in my own experience with it, I didn't care for it. I just didn't. That's just my own thing. My Blender makes slushes. Nice. Yeah. That's probably fair mention. No, and that's not to, and I guess I'm not trying to detract, I guess, from Blender. I gave it a try. But yeah, that's my whole thing is that my own personal take, I guess, on Blender, I don't care for it. As far as being able to do the things that I'm just more well versed. When I first got myself into 3D modeling, initially, prior to 3ds Max, I was using ZModeler, and then I navigated myself to Maya. So I have a little bit of, but once I found 3ds Max, as far as like all the stuff I was doing for a lot of racing simulations like NASCAR Racing 2003 season, 3ds Max just kind of became my go-to for pretty much most of these things. So a majority of the works that I do in the 3D modeling realm happen to be in 3ds Max. So that's what I tend to showcase here pretty much every Saturday, usually starting at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we're already almost 3 hours into the stream, and we've accomplished quite a bit, to be honest. There's a lot of information that has been shared to, in an effort, I guess, to create something from basically nothing. And this has already been the third stream into the creation of this starter stand. I'm going to go ahead and hide this LiDAR. Yeah. Oops. See, I think I still had that selected. I didn't have it selected. My bad. So yeah, we'll go ahead and hide that. And just kind of show off. Oh, I think I know what I did. I hid my my box object. Wait a minute. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so we just got through collapsing our box so we have both our inside faces and our outside faces. And that was something. Now what we can do from this point is to kind of get back into this. And again, feel free to ask any questions as far as like I'm getting too far ahead. Would you love all software that's fast and efficient? Oh yeah, absolutely. You've been using for 12 years. Been at Ubisoft and can confirm that it's fine and dandy for 3D mod. Is you referring to Blender there, Tom Paul? Yeah, Ubisoft. Okay, cool. That's pretty interesting. No, what were you talking about? I guess I missed that torch as far as being an old man. You're not that old. I'll tell you what. It's like you're never too old, I guess, to still learn. That's for sure. So yeah, now that we've got this the box for our inside and outside faces collapsed, now we can adjust this as a unit. So it's not, they're not independent. We won't have to adjust both. So okay, so now what we can do is we can select the box that we've collapsed and we converted it back to an editable poly. Because as I said, as you anytime that you do collapse multiple objects back into another object, it'll divert back to an editable mesh. That's just standard. So what we're going to do is we're going to adjust this here. So going by our highlighted edge here, we're going to bring this up to, because we got this gap in here between our framework structure here and our actual sides. So I've gotten in a top-down view, selected all these verts, on this side. That's by drag select, and then we're going to pull these in like so. Now we can get that roughly close, and then go to this angle and see where we're at there. So you can see how it's clipping there. So I want to bring that out just like so. So that's that side. And that's, we're removing that as a unit now. So it's both the inside and the outside faces, not just one. So that was the reason for collapsing it. Okay, so we'll go back down to top-down view. And let's get the back side here. There's our feet there. That's our feet that are sticking out at that point. With the stand. Okay, so we're going to grab all the verts on this side. And by drag selecting, I know I'm completely top down, so I know I'm getting all those verts. And we're just pulling it in like so. And we're going to move to this angle and check it this way. See, we're just making sure that it's just barely above the surface of that framework there. So it's not clipping at all. Okay, and then we'll do the same for the other two sides. So this is one of two ways that you can apply what, relatively the same thing. You know, I did the one panel at a time and got that lined up, I guess, with the framework structure, and we've made the box, collapse that together, and now doing it this way. So I got those all selected this way, top down, selected all those verts. Now I'm just going to go ahead and suck this in so that it's just barely clipping, like so. Okay, and then we'll do the other side just the same way. We'll go top down, zoom in on this a little bit. Now this one's got more verts in it because we've got that cut for the opening in there, so you got to keep that in mind. We got more vertexes on this side than we do any of the other because of that opening. So we got to make sure we get them all. So going by top down view, drag select all those there, and then I'm going to go ahead and go to this angle, and I can move that all as a unit. See, and it's looking like, actually now that I look at this, I might have a little bit of angularity in that frame structure, so it's not 100% square. You can see where it's clipping here and it's not here. So it's not 100% straight. It's good to know. It's a little bit off, but it's not a whole lot. Okay, so probably what I'll do at this point, I got all these vertexes, and this is still clipping right up in this area. So I'll probably bring it out just a tad more, just to make sure that it's not 100%. Now if I wanted to, in fact I'll go ahead and do that. I'm going to grab just this corner, these two verts here, pull this in so you can see how much that's off just a little bit. So I'm just going to adjust this independently from the rest of it. Just like that. And I can grab these two. Now, as I said before, whatever, like, you want to be careful because now we got this all collapsed. You want to make sure that when you drag select like I just did, that you're at such an angle that you're not going to select any other verts. But always check how many verts that you got selected here. So the fact that I've got 4, keeping in mind we have a back side and a front side. So the fact that I got 4 verts, but yet only 2 are actually showing, that's considering that you have a front and a back side. So that's going to create double the amount of vertexes. Okay, so the fact that it says that I got 4 vertexes, that's taking into consideration the back and the front side of that collapsed model, that collapsed objects, I should say. So that's all I want, is just those 4. So from this point I can go ahead and move this in or out. Just like that, and just adjust it independently. There we go. So there's our box for that. So now we have our inside and outside faces. We should have a bottom. Let's go ahead and render this. It's probably not going to show, and I've showed this before too. This is basically just a limitation of the video card that I have. As far as the memory exists in there, it's not able to render all those faces and back faces. So I'm going to 100% rely on what's going on in the orthographic view here, as far as the clipping and whatnot. What I can do, as far as, since the render doesn't show me, to make sure that I have a poly here, and that's, again, considering the brightness of that poly, that tells me that face it's facing inside the box. Okay, now if I go to this side, Go to polygon. So I know there's a poly on each side. So you kind of saw that turn to dark. See this one here? That's dark. That means that's on the inside. Okay. So if I want to get the one on the opposite side, there's the other one on the opposite side. So now I know there's a face. There's a the way the poly faces. I got one on the inside and the outside on all facades of this this box, both on the bottom and all the way around. So we can necessarily use this box that we've created here, or I'm going to hide this, or we can use the other method that we use here, which should be forgot which one it was now. I think it was object 3. Yeah, so these are still separated yet. So I got object 3, which is our inside faces, I think. That might be the outside faces, actually. That's our outside faces. And then object 4, this hasn't been collapsed yet. And this will be our inside faces. So select object 4. The object 4 is going to be our inside faces. Whoops, I just deselected that. 4. Go to poly. Yeah, these are our inside faces. So I haven't collapsed that one yet, but that's basically same thing. So we have, let me go ahead and collapse these two. So object 3 and 4 is our inside and outside faces. I didn't create a bottom yet, but that's fine. I can go ahead and do that. So let's do, yeah, I want to select those two and I'm going to collapse these two. Collapse selected. So now that's one piece, that's one object. And again, it's going to revert this to an editable mesh. So I'm going to go convert to editable poly. Just going to put that back there. And then what I want to do from here is I need to create a bottom. Okay. And the approach that I'm going to take to this is the same thing that I've shown already before. Looks like this is not down far enough, actually. Or am I up too high? Let's try this. Because what I want to do is have that bottom be above. How was that other? Now that I think of it here, let me check something. I want to see where that bottom is, if it was above or below. I don't remember, so I'm going to check this. So let's bring in our box here. Yeah, so we got the tube is actually on the inside. That might be something we might have to adjust to, because let me see here. You might want to have that bottom. Let me take a look here real quick. Whoa, that chat got lively. As far as the shots and slots. Shots and slots. So yeah. Question becomes, do I want to keep... Yeah, I think that might work better. So yeah, I've got the bottom, the floor basically of this thing. I got the tubes still showing on the inside here like this, as opposed to bringing it above it. So yeah, I think we'll leave it like that. Yeah, I think that isn't necessarily a better approach to it. Did you get some finally? Oh, you finally got a shot. Good for you, James. GG's. And then your wrist. Oh, and then it took some from you. Oh. Win some, lose some. I guess that's where that goes. Ouch. That hurts. Sorry for your bad luck. Okay. So yeah, what I was basically looking over, this is our box structure. So yeah, in both cases we've got our floor below the tubes that exist here. Right? So here we go. Alright, so yeah, I'm going to go ahead and hide this one again. Bring back our other object 3. So yeah, so in both cases we got that floor. That's what I'm going to apply here. Okay. Now, if I do this, what I would consider is this creating a new poly, I guess, off this edge of this here. I don't necessarily want to do it from here because I got an opening. I could do it from either end here, so it doesn't really matter. Just not this side, because that's got the opening here. So if I was to drag select the poly from here, it's only going to be this panel, right? So I guess in this method here, what I didn't do is I didn't do this little piece that goes over this post, which, to be honest, I don't think I really need it. I could leave that off, but I guess for the sake of argument here, I'm gonna go ahead and create a poly off this edge and go ahead and just yeah, extend that out here. That's what our box method has in here. It has that little sliver of poly on over this post. So let's go ahead and make a, yeah, let's do that. Let's go to this edge on here, like so, and we're going to shift drag this out like so. And we already know it's straight because it's coming straight off of that edge, right? So it's just a matter of getting it to extend past the post here, which it is. That's pretty decent right there. So that's just another approach. That, so as opposed to getting making that cut like we did in their box, right? We can do it this way. And I think I'm going to leave the, I think in the other, our box one here, we have the post showing on the bottom here. Let's go back to that and show that. We'll unhide this box like that. Yeah, see, so even in here we got that post that's showing right there. Now it does look like it's clipping a little bit on the bottom here. You can see it's clipping through, so we might have to bring that up just a tad. So what I'll do is go to this view. I'm going to go into this. This is still all one unit. So I'm going to grab all the verts on the bottom half of this. Okay, but then I'm going to change the perspective here. So you can see how I got all the verts selected on the bottom. And then what I need to do, I need to fix this clipping that's going on right here. So I'm going to move it up just a little bit. About like that. There we go. So that shouldn't be clipping. Now it might be clipping on the bottom here now though. So we might have to improvise. I got wait, you got 1,000 from slots? Wait a minute. What'd I miss? Yeah, you did. Holy crap. Damn, Tor. I just know it, yeah. Good thing you pointed that out. You got 1,000. Oh, that's the maximum actually on the slots. Yep, that's the maximum that you can get on the slots. Holy crap. Torch made like a bandit there. So I guess that's the makeup, I guess, for all the shots you missed. That's crazy. Yeah. He definitely did clean it out. Okay, so yeah, what we basically considering here now is we got these pipes on the bottom here showing. We don't want that. Don't want that. So what we might have to do, I still got those verts selected. We might have to take, let's move this down. Yeah, so that's right there. It's not clipping anymore there. Okay, I see what's going on here. So what is that anyway? That's those pipes coming through there. I see what it's doing. Alright. Interesting, okay. So what I could do to eliminate that issue, that won't take away from the integrity of it. These posts right here, that's basically what's popping through here. That's basically these here poking through. What I can do is go into the framework there and just kind of adjust those down so that they're not clipping through there, and just have it be, yeah, level with the floor. Because otherwise, if I move that up too high, then the bottom of those posts are showing. So Oh, you were gonna call it gaming. That's one way to do it. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, so I think in what I will do on this box, on the structure, I should say. So I want to go into this. Just making a lot of fine tweaks in this. So what I want to do, just trying to think of the best way to do that. So what I would probably have to do is I'd have to separate that as a object. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, we're gonna do that. So let's go into polygons. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna separate these as an object. Okay, it's still gonna maintain the mapping, so we're not worried about that. But we're gonna select all these polys for that. Okay. And this is probably not the best way to do it, but this is the best way I know. So I'm going to detach this as an object. Okay, now what I can do with this piece is select it independently. And I'm going to go ahead and center this, the pivot. Center to that. Alright. Now from here, I can take and adjust that down so it's flush with the floor, basically. Alright, so I'm going to go into here, go into vertexes, select the vertexes on that. You can barely see that they're selected there, but I should be able to move this down on this axis. You can see that's going down. Now, it's on an angle too, so that's what I might have to do. Zoom in on this. Alright, let me hide the box. I already know what I did. I wanted to keep the box in there, I guess, to kind of get, but you can probably get a sense of what I'm trying to do. So I'm going to straighten this out so it's level with the bottom of the floor, basically. But it won't lose integrity, I guess, as far as... Wow, this thing's all out of shape here. Okay, no problem. No problem. So what I'm going to do, this might be a little bit tricky, but what I'm going to do is basically get the Z value for the floor of this thing. So watch this. This ought to be pretty cool. So if I get the Z value for the bottom of this box, let's see here. Make sure I got the right vert. Point select. Okay. Copy this Z value. Right? And then what I'm going to do is paste those values into the verts on this piece here that I separated. Okay, so I'm going to get all these independently just to make sure. I could necessarily select them all at once and do it, but just to make sure that I'm getting each one. Okay, so what that's doing, like I said, that Z value that's on the bottom of this floor, that's what I'm lining those verts up to. Yeah, I could do that too. I thought about that. I think that was... Yeah, I could do that too and just cut it, but I figured this is probably a little bit... This is not a terrible approach either. There, James. Okay, so do this. And then I'll go in on the inside here. So hopefully this makes sense as far as what I'm doing here. Basically all I'm doing is I'm straightening the bottom of this. So, but if I wanted a Boolean cut this, based on that floor, I could basically... I could have probably just detached the floor and use that as a cutter. And then just cut them off there and I just have to delete the polys. And then it would straighten that right out. So, yeah. I think that's what you meant there, James. But yeah, that's another approach you could do. This right here just seemed to make sense to me, I guess, at the time. So we'll do like this. So I still got that pasted to the floor. So all that's doing is just flushing it up with the floor. That's all it's doing. And it shouldn't take away from the integrity of the... so might be a little bit tougher. Okay, so at this point, now that I've got that Z, it's still copied to the clipboard. I'm going to here, I'm going to hide this just to get this last vert. Nope, I don't have anything selected, that's right. Okay, let's go ahead and select that. Now we can zoom in on this one. Go into that piece that I got to here. So doing just a lot of fine tuning on this is all we're doing right now. Select that. I think I got it. Yep. That'd be the one. So we just go ahead and paste that. Still on the clipboard. There we go. So now it's straightened out. That's basically level with the floor now. So even though we're not attached to our pipe here, it's not taking away from the integrity of it, because by putting that box in there, you're not going to be able to tell. Yeah, duct tape. There you go. Weld it up with full of boogers and send it. No. So we still got that Z that's still applied to the clipboard. You know, as far as that Z, but now what I need to do is do the same thing basically to this piece here. So I'm going to just detach that, do the same process. But yeah, I get what you're saying, James, as far as to it's kind of defeats the purpose now because I already did one, but I could have made the bottom basically a cutter and basically cut those pieces down so it was, you know, it would cut those down. That probably would have been a better approach. That would have been nice to do, I guess, for all these, you know, especially these four, at least anyway. But what I'm going to go ahead and do is just use the same process that I've been using. Yeah. So I'm going to select all these polys. This is probably definitely the longer way to go about it. But I think what the rule of the game here tonight has been there's definitely more than one way to achieve, I guess, the same result. Okay, so we'll go ahead and detach that as an object. There we go. And again, like I said, that mapping and all that is still there. So again, we're going to get the vertex from that piece we just detached. So let's go into vertex. Okay. And oops, my bad. I gotta bring that box back. I think that's where we're lining it up with the box, right? Yeah, I think it was the box. No, it was actually the, my bad. Hide that. That was our other method there. I'm gonna hide that, unhide. Object 3. There we go. Or was it? No, it was the box. I'm sorry. I got sidetracked there. We got the two methods going on here, and I forgot which one we're doing. Yeah, we were doing the box. Yeah. Okay. It was the box because it was purple. I remember that. Come on, just hide the darn thing. There we go. Yeah. So we'll bring our box back. Yep, it was the box because it was the purple. That's right. Ah, I forget when I do that. Z key. I get too carried away sometimes with that, but when you don't select something in the scene, that's what it's going to necessarily do. So what I need to do, again, just to ensure I got that off the clip, the Z, I can just grab any of these Z's on these verts on the bottom and copy that. Okay, so we'll go ahead and copy that. It should have already been on there, even after I created that new object there, but just to ensure. So we'll go ahead and hide this. Go back into this piece. So, yeah, I'm definitely probably doing this the longer way, as far as to make just a boolean cutter based on the bottom floor, and cutting all those at one time. The thing is, I don't want to cut these two, but I could necessarily adjust the floor piece as a cutter, because it would be a separate object, to only do these four instead of these back two. So there would have been adjustment we could apply to. So yeah, now I'll just paste this Z. the heck? Uh-oh. The heck did that happen here? That didn't work alright. Let's a second here. Let's try this. Go to Z. And it might be just because of, yeah, okay. That should be fine. Once I get them all down. There we go. Let's get the other two. Get it from this side. That's in its own object, so I don't have to worry about selecting the post or whatever. You know, the tubular. There's that one. So if anything, I guess I'm just trying to show, I guess, as far as coordinate modeling, as far as like that, to make sure that that's completely straight across, you know, as far as just to copy that value from something that's already in place. Yeah. Yeah, I think the box turned out pretty good. So either one would be a valuable candidate, you know, as far as my, you know, individual panel method or the box. And that's kind of going back to what you were suggesting there, Torch, so yeah. Alright, so now I need to do these two. So I need to separate these two posts. Actually, let me see how that looks so far. Just out of curiosity, let's bring our box back before we get too carried away. Alright. So yeah, these two posts here should still be clipping through there. So yeah, we'll go ahead and drop those down. See, I'm not worried too much about the back ones, I guess, as much as I am those four. Yeah, I don't think the two back ones will be too bad. Now, okay, something else I already noticed here. If I adjust this one, that's going to be completely noticeable. So what I might do, just to kind of hide that, is I'm going to create a poly, just to kind of lift that up here, up over this post here a little, this tube here a little bit. But I'm going to leave it off for now. I'm not going to do anything with that, but just to hide that, so you can't tell, I'm just going to bring that poly, I'll bring a poly up from this edge, to the bottom of the box, to hide that. Yeah, and that's essentially what I'd be doing. Not a plane, but just, I'd be creating a poly over that. There's a difference between applying a plane and poly, because a plane would suggest going into create standard plane that way. Your best bet is just work with what you got here in your model. Don't try to, you know, create something when you already have something there for you, you know. Yeah. Right. I know sometimes the terminology gets kind of muddled, you know, as far as like creating a plane or a poly. Yeah. Always try to go with what you have in the model already. Don't try to create something that you don't need to. Alright. So let's go poly. Gonna separate this out. And I might go ahead and just separate both these posts out on each of these sides here. So I just got these four sides. Yeah, so I might not necessarily get into the AO baking, but maybe we'll get into that. I think there's a lot of information that's shared just by the creation of this model itself. You know, the fact that it's been created basically from nothing, 100% from scratch. There was a lot of things that we covered as far as different ways you could go about it, and I think that's what's the most positive thing to take out of this. So it's not, even though what I'm streaming here, I could have just took one way and I could be done with this already. I want to necessarily show all options that you can basically apply to get to the same end result. Okay. There's definitely, I think what we've pointed out here, there's definitely more than one technique to it. You know, techniques, yeah. Oh, 0 again for James. Sorry for James. Poor James. Torch, have you checked your fluids? Ever since you got that 1,000 from the slots earlier, that's just kind of curious. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and attach this. attach that. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and attach this other post over here too while I'm at it, just to have those two both attached. Alright, so let's go like this. I'll get this. Let's get all that there. Alright, so we'll go ahead and attach that. New object, cool. Now we can go into here, and just to make sure that I have that Z value still, go into our box and get that Z value again. I can choose any one of these bottom verts, really, doesn't matter which. Copy that out, and I'll go into this piece here, go to vertex, and I'm going to go ahead and show at this point I have this in a separate object. So instead of doing each one individually like I showed on this one, the other way you can do this with that value that's copied to the clipboard, I can go to vertex, and I can drag select all those top verts like so, and paste that in there. So that's all uniform then. And that does it, all four of them at the same time. Okay. Oh, 38K. Yeah. James is here. Torch has got 15. Nice. I didn't realize he had that many, Torch. And he's working on 80 hours, coming up on 74.33 hours. Well, that's pretty cool. Good for you, Torch. Yeah, besides the bot, right? Show off, you win. No fighting now. Okay, so now we got that one here, so we can do the same thing on the other post here. So now, yeah, you can see what I mean. If I was to not put a poly to cover this up there, that would be pretty obvious. I don't want that to be obvious, so I'll put a poly. I'm gonna put a poly, even if I go halfway up this post here. Not sure yet. We'll see. We'll get to that. Just kind of clean this thing up. All right, so now let's go into this one. Gotta deselect that. Go into vertexes here. I still got that value for the Z value still copied to the clipboard. It's in its own object, so I can do a drag select all those verts, paste that value into there, and there we go. So that's all moved. So yeah, just kind of showing both ways of being able to select all the verts. Like I could have done that the same thing over here instead of one at a time. I guess what I wanted to ensure, because that was on an angle, I wanted to make 100% sure that each one that I did, that was just kind of my own reassurance, I guess, is for my own benefit. But I could have necessarily drag selected all the top verts for that and just copied that ZVL just the same way as I did there, and that would have totally leveled them out. Most times, and it'll vary depending on the extreme of the angle. When you do it that way, sometimes it won't give you the best result. So that's why I've gotten in the habit of doing each, when it's an angle like that, I'll necessarily just do each vert independently. That's my justification for doing it that way. I know on this being straight, there was going to be no issue at all as far as like being able to drag select all those verts and just paste that Z value into it. Okay, so now that I got that, I won't need to worry on this side so much about that not showing. It doesn't really take away from the integrity of the structure because of it being flush with the bottom of the panel now. Okay, I gotta select something here. So yeah, that totally looks like it's still going into the tube, even though, yeah. So in order to fix this, so it doesn't look so obvious that that's just kind of floating there, I'm gonna create a poly, I guess, on this part. Okay, so what I'll do from here, go to edge, grab this edge right here, and because it's based on that opening, it's only going to create a poly based on this opening, not the whole side. Okay, so I'm going to do, just drag this up like so, and then I'll hide that. Pretty cool. Look good to me, man. Yeah. Marvelous. That'll work. See, and I can do the same thing on that, the other option too, as far as the box. So that's basically our box right there. So what we would have here, if you consider, let me show you the polys on this. So these are all going to be independent. See, that one's flipped, so we're going to have to flip that. See how that's flipped? Yep. Actually, let me see here. I shouldn't even need to flip or create a poly on the back side. Let me see here. Maybe I will. Okay, I already know what I'm going to have to do. So I need a poly on both sides. I need a face on both sides, I should say. So this one's flipped. I'll leave that one right there. I'm going to go ahead and attach this. Okay, it's another object. And I'll have to collapse all this stuff once I'm done. That's fine. Alright, which object was that? It should have been 8. Yeah. So now what I need to do on this one is flip it. That's faced the wrong way. That's still an editable poly, so I should have a flip. There. Now I have one inside and a backside. Oops. Did a zoom extents there. So now I got one on either side. So now what I'll do, all these individual pieces here, now that I got all my box complete, I can go ahead and, okay, object 3 should be our frame structure. That and object 1. Oh, I forgot I had, okay, I know what I did now. So I need my box. 7 and 8 should be what I just created. Nope, 7 is that. Trying to get my bearings right here. Alright, so I got this piece, that structure, and I should have this top piece. I'm going to collapse all that together now. I'm done doing what I need to do there, so I'm going to go ahead and collapse that framework. Just to kind of consolidate this a little bit. Okay. Alright, so that's our framework. Now we should have our box. Okay, so now let's see, everything left is in our box. Let's do this. Just to make sure. I'm gonna hide this. Oh, I didn't do the angle pieces. Okay, gotcha. Alright, no problem. Object 3. Nope. And none of this is named yet, so just a second here. So object 6. There we go. So what I need to do is get this, this, this. I'm just consolidating all the pieces right now. That's all I'm doing. Collapse selected. Now I'm going to go ahead and do convert to editable poly. And I'm going to hide that. Now I just got my box. There we go. So I want to get all my box pieces collapsed together now. Totally tubular. It's a very, very nice box. A box in a box. A box in Jack in the Box. You guys. Pandora's box? It could be. Very well could be. Okay, so now what I need to do is, what's left here, is collapse that all together. So what I did is I only had the one object, so I flipped it. There you go. Get them sound effects going now. You get... Okay, so yeah, what I had was just that separate object to create that flip poly. The other one I drugged the edge to make that poly, so that was still part of the original one. So I only got the two pieces now to make the box. Right? So I can collapse those together. Collapse that. So now our box is completely together now. And I'm going to convert this to an editable poly again. So now we got Yep. So we got each. So here's something too. Like when you've got two opposing faces, if you select it one time, it gives you the one side. Select it again, it gives you the other side. Okay. So if you got two opposing faces, so that's the outside. Select it again, it gives you the other side. See? So that's how you can tell the difference, like I said, as far as it being dark or lighter. Yeah, now it's not going to do it, bastard. Yeah, so that's the back, that's the inside, and then the outside. So I know there's two faces there. But that's all one piece now. So now we have that box done, and then we have our yeah. So here's our I'm gonna go ahead and rename this back to stand, just so I know which one's which here, because by doing all the separating of the pieces and recollapsing, it renamed, I guess, what I had, which is stand. So I'm going to select this here and just rename it to stand, so kind of make it easier on itself. So we'll do stand. There we go. So now when we, in our list here, we have stop, and then we know what our box is, obviously. So eventually what we'll end up doing, and I'm not going to do it yet, I'm going to keep it separate. We need to map this box, either one that we go with. So if we go with this one, or if we go with, let's go ahead and hide this one, or if we go with this one, which is object 3, was it? Yeah. So if we go with this option or the other option, which I still have to do the bottom and all that jazz. So, yeah, this is the one that came to the conclusion that I was going to have to adjust those supports. So there's still some more work I would have to do on this to get it to the same level as the other box. But let me see here. Let's see here just for a second. I'm almost thinking I don't really need to go any further with this one, to be honest. You kind of get the idea of what would have to take place to finish this up to get it the same as the box version. I can already see right off the bat here I'm going to have to get the Z down. You know, let me go through this just for the heck of it. So if I go into this structure, this box is separate. I can get this Z, grab one of these verts here, any one of these verts on the bottom, and copy that. Yep, just kind of used in this multiple vert drag select of the vert. So copy that Z from the framework, go into the box, right? Make real quick work of this. Grab all the bottom verts, like so, and paste what I copied. That's going to make that flush with the bottom of the tubes or whatever. Okay, now from here I can make a bottom. The framework has already got everything else adjusted on it, so it'll be pretty straightforward. I only have two faces when I look in the mirror. Oh man, made it look easy. You know, and it's like I said, a lot of this is because I'm going over more than one method to apply it, is what it seems like it takes longer. You know, so not to take away, I guess, from so from here, yeah, I can create a bottom. We've already got that. Yep. So what I can do is take an edge off of, let's see this one here. Take the edge off of this, and then shift drag this. Oh, whoa, what is that doing? What are you doing? Hold on a minute. I got the wrong, I think I was grabbing the wrong arrow. So I go like this, drag select this over. There we go. That'll create our bottom. Now again, I stopped it short, which is not a big deal. So now what I'll do, I'll go ahead and hide our framework. And just to make sure that I'm only snapping to the box and not to the stand, to the framework, I'm going to grab this, go into our vert snaps, snap that to there, snap that to there. So that's our one side. So now this one, let's see what side this is facing. Okay, that's facing inwards. That's got the dark color, so that's facing inwards, so that's that side. So now what I'll do is I'll detach this again so that I can make a flipped one of that. Alright, so I'll go ahead, detach that into an object. Take the vert snaps off. Okay, so now I can go into that piece there, clone it, and do a copy. Alright, then I want to select the poly. I'm already in that object that I cloned, so that's all I gotta do is flip it. And it doesn't matter which one you flip, really. Flip either one, so now I'll have one opposing faces there. Okay, so now I've got, in this object, I got a poly on this side, or a face on that side, I should say, and a face on this side. Just make sure here. Oh, that's right. I got two separate. So that's the bottom that is created, facing that way, and then I got this other. Got two different objects, so I gotta keep that in mind. So I got object 5. That's that one, okay, and then object 4, which is this one. There we go. So I'll just collapse those two, all of this actually. Okay, so go ahead and take all that, go hammer, collapse select. Now it's on one piece again. Again, it'll revert back to an editable mesh. I'm going to convert it back to editable poly. So now that's our box with our bottom. The only thing I don't have at this point is that poly that comes up here. Now, this could get a little bit tricky, I guess, with this one here. We're doing it this method, as you can already see. So to create this poly, I guess to fill this in here, I'd almost have to do what I initially think of as a cut. I got a better idea. I just thought of something. So what I can do here, yeah, this is actually a pretty good option. So I'm going to select this poly, and it doesn't matter which at this point, if it's the inside or the outside face. For the sake of this, I'll just select that one like so. I'm going to detach that. It's going to show one method at least to do this. And I'm going to select that poly. I'm going to clone it. Okay. This is just one option. So I've got that cloned. Now what I'll do is I'll rotate that 90 degrees so that it lands out this way, and I can just size it to fit between here. Alright, so I need to go into angle snaps and then rotate this 90 degrees this way. Oh man, I need to hold on. Okay. So the way it's doing like that, I'm going to center that. I need to center the pivot. So let's get out of this first for a second. So I'm going to affect the pivot only and center the object, so it's centered on that piece. Okay. Then I can go into angle snaps, going to rotate 90 degrees. Like so. And then what I can do, I'm not trying to move this in or out. I want to keep it on that plane, so I don't want to move it either way. All I want to move it is this way. And then what I can do is adjust the vertexes and the ends of these to fit right inside of here. Now I can snap these verts to that edge. Okay, but I'm just going to get these close by doing it like this. Okay. So now what I can do is, first of all, let me get, let's see, let's drag this down like so. Now what I can do is edge snap these verts. Let me zoom in on this. Whoops, I gotta get into the vertex. Yep. So go like this. Right now I got it on edge and vert snap. I'll just put it on edge snap. And what that should do, that should snap right to that edge. Okay. There we go. So when it turns green like that, that's how you know This one didn't. What the heck's going on here? It's got a gap there, it looks like. How'd that happen? How'd that happen? Alright, hold on. Let me turn that off. If I'm looking at that right, there's a gap right there. Oh, damn. Okay, well, we can fix that, I think. Let's see here. Yeah, okay. That is a gap right there. I'll be down. Okay, so what I can do... Hold on. Hold on. So let's do like this. We'll go... Fix that up. Let's go into vertex. Grab this Z. See if we can fix this bad boy. Man, I see the chat just going off. What's going on? What's the difference between collapse and attach? Oh, I don't use the attach as much. Collapse basically it just it takes whatever elements that you're selecting and puts it into one object. Now, as far as attach, I don't use that one as much, so I don't have as much information, I guess, as far as using attach. Yeah, I don't use that one as much. I think you're referring to this attach right here. Basically, when you're trying to take separate elements, like I had in the model, and want to put them back all into one solid piece again, is just use the collapse. Just keep in mind, every time you do that, it's going to revert back to an editable mesh. You just have to... It kind of does sound like the same thing. It's like I said, I don't use it as much, so I can't really elaborate on that too much. But, so basically what I'm doing here is I'm going to grab this Z. Because for some reason, there's a gap right here, so I need to fix that. And it might have been just through the edge snapping. Could be. So let me go back into this piece. Vert. Grab that and then paste this in here. Why is there still a gap there? Okay, hold on. There's definitely a noticeable gap there. I'm not sure why. Why do you have a gap there? Okay, it's that. So that's for that piece. Okay, gotcha. Let's go back into here. Get a vertex. Should be vertex there. I don't think that's 100% snap, so I'm gonna have to fix that too. Alright, so that should be leveled out there. Yeah, something happened with the edge snapping when I did that. Yep. Yep. Definitely did. So what I'll have to do is do a vertex snap. Yeah, that did definitely screw that up. I see now. Yep. There's our bottom right here. You know, it's kind of hard to see it. But yeah, here's our bottom. Right here, all this gap right here. And then edge snap crop it. So yeah. Oh, we're just doing the slots there. Cool. Be right back? Okay. I probably won't be on for too much longer. I'm going to try to keep these capped off in about 4 hours. So I'm going to get this finished up here at least. Yeah, so basically what happened here, I need to snap this vert to that edge, that's for sure. Yeah, because there's no vert here, so I have to snap that to the edge. Alright, so let's go back into this object, this piece. And I'll probably have to level that out once I do this, so. Yep, and then edge snaps. Snap that there, so we know that's snapped. So I'll probably have to adjust. Let me make sure this is snapped. I think that one's okay. Let me see here. I think this one's good to go. Yeah. So what I'll have to do is on the height on that, I'll have to adjust that. Make sure it's straight. Let's do that real quick. Turn this off. Oh, let's use this vert. Give me that Z. Just so that I can ensure that's the same height over on this side. Paste that there. There. That should be at the same level. Now we're going to fix this on the bottom. Didn't edge snap there properly. So because there's no vertex on this part of the bottom, you know, as far as in the plane here, I don't have a vertex to snap to, so I got to snap it to the edge. Okay, so we got that right there. I'm going to go into edge snap. Okay, I can snap it there. And then take this. That's in a different piece, so hold on. Turn that off for a second. Go into this vert. I can snap that vertex. Let's go into vert snap. There. Now I know that's snapped together. Now I'll have to, just to realign that. Yeah, I think I threw that out of alignment. So now what I'll have to do is get the vertex coordinate for separate piece here. So now I need to get this vertex on the that is going to be the that's the Y. So I need the Y coordinate for this. Copy that. Paste that down here. Yeah, that's just to straighten that out. Okay, so I should have... Yep, there's going to be two vertexes there. There's one for this piece, and then one for the... Yeah, I got two separate pieces here, so I got to make sure I get them both. Alright. We'll grab that. Copy that Y. Or paste that Y, I should say. There. Now I got those all lined up. So if I zoom in on that, Z key, focus on that. So now that's all lined up to that edge, and it's straight. Okay. So if I check the Y on this, just to make sure. So the Y on this, let's drag select that. So the Y on this, I'm just going to reinsure myself here. Go into, I don't have a vertex on that part, but I do have one here. Okay. I'll go into this, go to Y. I'm just ensuring that that's straight. Yep, that's straight. So the back side there is obviously needs to get lined up too. I think that's what's kind of showing now. Yeah, that back side needs to get lined up too. So probably what I could do, let me check this edge. I gotta check this side here. I think this is all good to go, but nope, it's not. Nope, definitely not. So what I gotta do is go vert, or edge snap, I should say. Select this vert. Snap that there. That's gonna throw that out of whack. That's to be expected. Alright. I need to get this Y. Turn that off. Copy that. Paste that. There, that should straighten that out. There. Now it should be perfectly straight on that piece. Now I have the back side, the other side. I need to fix yet too. Alright, so I have... Might have been selecting the wrong darn one. So, that one's 4. Just checking this over. 3. Alright, now I forgot what I had here. Wait a minute, what is that piece? What the heck? What in the world is this piece? What the heck? What is that piece? Something got screwed up there. That's probably the piece of that tube. What does that do in there? How did that happen? Alright, hold on. Yeah, that's a piece of that too. How the hell did that get like that? I know I separated that, but for me, I may have missed that when I collapsed that together. Okay. I'll be damned. Okay. Alright, so what are we on here? We're on... You know, let's hide that. I created a separate piece here too, because that's where I... Okay. Let's hide that for a second. We're going to work just on this. Because now what I need to do is create a backside for this piece that I got lined up. Okay. Yeah. Alright, so... God dang it. I think my brain's getting fried. It's been too long. Yeah, I definitely need to bring it to an end here pretty soon here. So brain's getting fried. I need some food in me. Alright, so what I'm going to do... On this piece, I need to clone it. So what side is this facing? That's facing that way, so that's an inside. I guess the other thing I want to take care of is... Yeah, that's bugging me right now. So, object 3. Okay, that's our box. Hide that. I'm trying to figure out where that little sliver went for that pipe. I don't know how I missed not collapsing that together. Okay, stand, object 3. Okay. Okay, object 4. I'm just sorting out, I guess, what the pieces I have here is all. Where did that other little piece go to that too? That's what I'm wondering. I didn't even realize I had that all separate. It's starting to bug me now. I had that little sliver that was there. I don't know why it was doing that. Hold on. Unhide. Where in the fudge did that come from, though? Okay, that's 3. Hide that. Where did that go? Huh. I don't know. Maybe it was this. I could have swore there was a little sliver there, I guess, for that piece of that tube there that I had originally. I think that needed to be collapsed to it, but. Let me render this. Yeah, it is missing there. Where the frick did it go? Yeah, it's definitely missing there. Yep, see, it's got that chunk out of it. That's when we way at the beginning of the stream there. But it was showing... Oh, I forgot which part it was, though. Huh. I don't know where the heck it went now. I don't remember deleting it. That stinks. Where in the heck did it go? Yeah, so what I'm looking at here, it was in here. I don't know where it went. I don't think I deleted it. There's that little sliver in there. Somehow I missed getting that collapse to the... I don't know what happened, though. It was in here. Why is it not showing? That's the LiDAR. What the heck? That's our box. I don't know where the heck it went. That's crazy. It was just in here. What the heck? Yeah, because when I was, oh my god. Even the do that. Gotta select something. Alright. So, yeah, I don't know where that poly went, so I'm gonna, if I don't find it, I guess I'm gonna have to fill that back in again. That's clearly missing right here. It was in the scene. I don't know where the heck it went, though. It's freaking weird. Yeah, it was floating out there when I hid the stand. And I was just gonna collapse it, but yeah. So I have to fill that in. And it was in the scene, but I don't know where it went. I don't have any elements in here that's showing now. So track. That is weird. Anyway, so I guess what I'm going to have to do is I got to fill this back in. I don't know where it went, but we're going to do it this way. Let me see here. That is just boggling my mind. I don't know where that piece went. Alright, let's do this. We'll do... It's probably not going to let me shift drag this. Yeah, I guess it will. Cool. Alright, we'll do it this way. We'll just fill that back in. Mapping might get screwed up on that, so I might have to redo that. Probably going to have to redo a lot of that anyway. But, what in the heck is going on here? What? What in the heck happened to this thing? Let me go back. Is that another one missing there? What the heck? Seems like another piece missing there. What the heck? Let me render that. No, it's just the shed. Okay, it's just the shading on it. Okay, so there's that one piece. All right. Huh. Man, that's really strange. I don't know where that went. That's crazy. All right, let's try this again. Basically, just trying to create another poly. And I'm gonna snap that. Wow. Man, this is gonna be a pain because it's like to know where the heck that piece went because it was there. That's what's bugging me. Alright, hold on. Oh boy. Yeah, this is not going to work. I'm going to have to save that. I don't know where that went. I don't understand why that went away. So I'm going to back this up. Son of a biscuit, anyway. That's really bugging me. I don't understand where that piece went. Back this up. Okay. So I'm gonna have to, yeah, I'll do that off stream. I don't know. I know how it got that way in the first place. That was way at the beginning of the stream when I had separated that, but it was in the scene here. I saw it floating here when I turned the rest of the frame structure off there, but I don't know where it went. I don't know if I deleted it, but I'm gonna have to add that poly back into that. So I gotta waste any more time on that. I'm gonna be ending the stream here pretty soon, but you kind of get the idea as far as like what's going on here with the different methods of creating a box and or side by side, you know, one panel at a time, so on. The one other thing I guess I will do, a second here. That's really bugging me though. Okay, so this side should have poly there. Just making sure. That's got two sides, right, I think. Ah, come on. Yeah, now you don't want to do it. Yeah, usually you can double click on that, so I don't know if that's just the one side now. That should have been part of our original box. Oh, I gotta make sure. Nope, there isn't a... Oh my goodness. Man, I'm getting... brain's totally getting fried at this point. So... yeah, I got some cleanup to do, I guess, on this model. I'm not going to drag this out too much longer, but you get the idea as far as... what's really bugging me at this point, so bad, really, is where that poly went for this tube. It was here in the scene. I don't know if I deleted it or whatever, but I got to fix that and just finish up, yeah, this method here. But you get the idea. I think what I'll probably end up using... without wasting too much more time, is just this box here. And let's go ahead and hide these two. Yeah, I'll just hide those. I think I did delete that, now that I think of it. Pretty sure I did, but this is probably what I'll end up using. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. When I way back in the sun, but it was in the scene here. That's what's bugging me. When I was, oh my god, when I was floating around in here, I saw that it was still separate. When I hid the rest of the frame, it was floating here. You know, so I was just going to reattach it. You know, just recollapse it. But I must have inadvertently deleted it. Deleted that piece. So I'm gonna have to apply that back in there. I'll do that off stream. But my main focus was just trying to get. Yeah, now that I think of it, as far as just what I did with, you know, just trying to fix that other box, I'm pretty sure I probably deleted it inadvertently and didn't realize it. And I'm not going to try to go back with it. I mean, it would be easy to put that poly back in there by just doing what I did. But what I'm going to have to do is detach all that and put it back in and all that. So I'll do that off stream. That's just bugging me that I deleted it. Because I saw it was right there, and all I was going to do is just reselect the framework and just collapse it back onto it. But then I couldn't find it. So I think what I did was I deleted it inadvertently by mistake. So all in all, I think this box here that we have here, I don't really need to go into finishing the other way. You kind of get the idea of what's going on with it. As far as the two different ways that you can create basically the same thing. So, yeah, I can use this box to create the area, I guess, on the texture. And that was kind of what I was hoping to go into, but yeah, it's kind of well over 4 hours, and I need to get some food because I think my brain's getting tired and it needs fuel. So I think I'm gonna more or less leave it at that. We'll probably finish this up next week. A lot of information was shared on how to get, you know, a lot of different methods. If I had only focused on one particular method, one procedure, I guess, as far as making the box, it probably would have went a lot faster. With no consequence of my own, as far as like just deleting stuff in here that I didn't want to, as far as that poly and whatever like that. That's easily fixable, but I'm not going to waste that time to show that, I guess, in the stream. I think I've shown, you know, being able to fix stuff like that, I guess, enough. So, need a bowl of sherbet. Yeah, and it's getting late there. I need to actually I haven't had supper yet, and it's getting down to 9 o'clock. So, heck, it's after 9 o'clock. I'll be damn. No wonder why I'm hungry. I haven't eaten since lunch, so yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it at that for now. So, what we'll finish up, like I said, going into next week, is to get this all collapsed, and we're gonna get this thing textured, and we'll be able to create our wire frame for that to know how much area that we need to, and more or less, like probably what I'll do too prior to next stream is I'm gonna adjust the area that's needed for the framework itself, so that we have more room, because we obviously have a lot more faces to deal with, both inside and outside. I probably won't. The approach I'll probably take to this, and I'll probably show that more in next week's stream, is putting less emphasis on the inside polys of this frame, and more emphasis and more space on the outside, because that's what's gonna be visible the most. So that's what I'll more or less focus on next week as far as texturing this box. So yeah, I'll save that all for next week, and then hopefully by next week we can get into the ambient occlusion for it as well. Once we do all that as well. So yeah, I think we're just about there. I think we got the checkered flag in sight. Finish line is right there, and we can definitely probably finish this up next week for sure. I think, like I said, a lot of information was shared to do basically the same thing, more than one different way, more than one way. So appreciate everybody that did stop by. I know we had some newcomers in here, not necessarily any new follows or anything like that, but we had plenty of use of the slots and shots and risk and all that stuff. Hopefully not too many. James, I don't know. I think Torch made out like the bandit here tonight. As far as with the slots, that was the maximum that you could get on that slots for sure. So you trying to one last time and nope, denied. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of good information that we're able to show tonight. 2 different methods to be able to get the same result for the box, as well as a little bit of cleanup, stuff like that. So yeah. Looking forward, I guess, to next week. I'm just looking for possible either host target, so that once the stream ends, you guys can feel free to stick around, I guess, for the host at the end of the stream. Appreciate you once again for stopping by and checking and see what I had on here for Spline Design Studios Saturday. Feel free to tune back in next week. Same bat time, same bat channel. I'm gonna put this out here one time. You can check out all the social medias that I have out there, as far as the Discord, the Twitter, and SDS Facebook group page, to know what's going on outside of the live streams. Additional informations, I guess, for YouTube and whatnot. Go to Spline Design's website, enter the Facebook group page. Feel free to check all that information out at your leisure. Can't thank everybody enough, I guess, for those that have stopped by, all the lurkers necessarily still in chat. Appreciate y'all. James, don't want to forget that as far as the resub, 13 months. That's pretty awesome. We had Rizzy stop by and gave me the host. And I'll have some credits there at the end of the stream there too. So again, appreciate everybody stopping by. I know I'm kind of dragging this out here, but I'm kind of looking at some possible host targets. Got a lot of good streamers going on. So again, definitely feel free, I guess, to stick around once the stream ends. I appreciate you all, and I hope to see you next time. Have a wonderful evening and wonderful rest of your weekend, and I will see you again next time.